Hey guys, welcome back. January 13th. Get some stuff set up here. Oh, wow. Looks like market ended up coming down a little bit pre-market. We'll see what happens. Get a little morning yaz going. Okay. That. Try and put a little red record on my title. See if I can find one. There we go. Better. Good morning, Access. Okay, now for Twitter. Alright. Morning, Skrills. Thanks, guys. Thanks for joining up. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for those likes. Okay. So we've got some bank earnings coming in this morning. I think the only one I saw was Citi so far, which I don't think was very optimistic. Not so much about their earnings, I feel like, as far as more so their guidance and their outlook. I don't know. I know like JP Morgan has scared the markets in other earnings quite a bit. We have 400 calls. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it just depends on your outlook for what bank earnings are going to give. But I guess kind of see us coming a little bit of sell-off into Friday. But it's hard to tell. The momentum has been so frothy the last 3 days. Yeah. Let's see. JP Morgan Bank could do 12 billion of buybacks 2023. BlackRock thinks says inflation continues to be top concern. The president of El Salvador estimates that money services providers like Western Union and MoneyGram will lose 400 million a year in commissions for remittances. I've never seen that word spelled out. Remittances. What the heck? Due to the country's Bitcoin adoption, remittances. Interesting. Spies. See what news on the market is today. Oh, Friday the 13th. That is true. Yellen says inflation has been quite moderate for the last 6 months. You keep yelling. Although rent index is still rising, expects rent indexes to come down substantially next 6 months. I'm assuming she doesn't know the cost of milk. That's the gauge. What does a gallon of milk cost? BBY, this is the first day of 3 or 4 that have just been big gap ups. So first day we have a little gap down here. Not a big deal, 6%. I mean, yesterday was up, what, 50%? So, yeah. A nice little consolidation into Friday would be totally fine and good. Holding up some higher levels, of course, is better for gamma ramp into next week. Market rebound back to 400. Not today. I don't see that happening. No way. We'll probably get a bounce. You know, and it might even bounce up to higher levels, but breaking yesterday's high, I don't see it happening. You know, we could bounce back up into 395, maybe into 396. Let me get rid of these drawings here. Got about 9 minutes to open. Yeah, I bought in at some highs yesterday. Got a little excited on Carvana, but that happens. If I don't sometimes buy when it's hot like that, I just forget about it. Sometimes I'm smart and take note and then buy it in the next day once it comes down, but oftentimes I don't. So I think this thing probably still keep going next week. Maybe, yeah. We'll see. We'll see if it's still kind of a risk-on type deal next week. A lot of charts were setting up nice the last 2 days, so be a shame if that's all they had. It was a 2-day rally. LBiz came down a little bit also. GME down just a touch. 4.5%. BBBY actually holding up very well though, even with these crazy spikes back up to the pre-market highs. For how much it rallied yesterday, you think a pullback could be much more than 6%. You know, it went 50% yesterday, so pullback to 25%. You know, would be more reasonable, I suppose. Maybe not 25, but 15 or 20. Because 6% is, I mean, that was, yeah. Anyways, oh, is APRN running? I haven't seen it. Oh, yeah, one of the speculative ones. This is why it's nice to build a watch list of ones that previously ran. This looks like it maybe had news though, huh? Or is it just part of the risk on? I don't see any news on there. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the ones that, of course, got volatile. Went up like crazy for COVID. Where was that? Here? Blue Apron? Yeah, isn't this the one? Why does it look so flat? I guess this was it right here. I remember seeing going crazy. I think this one's on my, yeah, I'm on this on my watch list. So let's see, it's capping up to 111. We'll see. It's not going to get momentum from the market today, so maybe jumping into it next week be better. Third day for any of the baskets. Luke J, thanks for joining, man. It seems like it'll probably consolidate today more than anything. I mean, you're gonna get some volatility. You're gonna have to time it really good if you're gonna try and profit on 0 days on BBY or GME. I think. I don't think we're gonna get a 50% move to the upside today. Even if you get a 10% move, your timing is gonna have to still be really good, because you don't want to buy it in the morning usually because volatility is higher, IVs are higher, premiums are higher. But that might be the best dip buy. Yeah, it's IVs are high anyways on BBBY, especially GME. Yeah, you could scalp some zeros in there, but I don't see a big move happening today. If there is a big move, it'll be to the downside, I think. But since GME hasn't hardly had much of a run, most of the downside, you know, maybe it's already happened pre-market. I don't think it'll be crazy. Get back in close to close. Yeah. For next week, or you're talking about this week for just like that end of day pump? I don't know if we're gonna get that. I mean, Fridays aren't always that way. Especially in the basket, they like to dump it into Friday to ease the pressure on the market maker for next week. For next week, you have to consider Monday's close, so 3 days of theta you're just giving away. Unless you're expecting a gap up on Tuesday at market open, your entry would probably be better on Tuesday. But I expect volatility next week on BBBY, yeah, for sure. I think it could be a huge week next week for BBBY and GME. I think GME should start ramping up. Eats away, yeah. And also for BBY, the IV is so high, unless you're doing spreads, you're just gonna get crushed. Up, down a row. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's a good idea to buy on a Friday. It happens, where that's like a good time to buy. Because if Monday opens up, next week it'll be Tuesday, but if a Monday opens up and it's just volatile in the morning and doesn't really dip, then you're never going to get a good entry because you're paying a premium in the morning, and then if it just rallies out of morning. That happened. That somewhat recently happened, I thought, with GME. Here, it was right here. Yeah, a little gap up. If you're expecting a gap up, then for sure. BBBY, it maybe have a huge gap up. There's always that, so if you want exposure to that, then yeah, today's the day to buy. There's news over the weekend. Same with GME even. I actually read an article about, did you guys read that on the Square? About GME getting acquired. I was like, I haven't heard of that in a long time. Like SPY's bouncing off that pre-market support. 2 minutes, and natural gas came down. Things just kind of chopping around, not really setting up any good trades. SPY's moving back up to VWAP here. So I'm glad I closed some of my short puts yesterday. Could always reopen them today, but BBY actually, I don't know. This thing's holding up very well in pre-market compared to the rest that have been frothy. Like Party City's down 11%, Carvana's down 7%, Elbiz is down 9%. All the other risk-on ones, BBBY is totally outpacing. So it might be, you know, we might have a green day on it. Fridays do typically suck. SQ calls when they stay in the money. Yeah, again, morning volatility, premiums are the highest. So unless you expect SPY to come down much further in the beginning half of the day, you might want to close those at open. Or close some, scale, right? Because it's already down 0.8%. I mean, it'll probably retest this low at least. But that's almost 1%. Which is a pretty big move, actually. I know we've been having big moves lately, but holding it through all the morning chop and volatility, and then just have it melt up or stay kind of flat, you're just going to burn theta. So a good red momentum in the morning would be when I would sell, at least. Your SQQs. Nighthawk shared something pretty interesting. Market opened. Ding ding. Can't get a ding ding. Maybe don't get a ding ding. Okay, let me look at these levels. I didn't even draw them in. So yeah, we've got that pre-market low. And let's see here. Put some levels from yesterday. Pretty big bounce here. So yeah, on dailies, on SPY puts, I'd wait for that red candle. Wait for it might even retest the lows at the very least. Pretty big bounce at open here. Trade best. Yeah, I always promote long-term investing over trading, but selling option premium is a good passive income way to trade. I think that's why I've been most successful with, at least. Oh, we got Revlon with a bounce. Space had that news after hours. BBY about to go green. Holy crap. Just say something like this. I think BBY could get I mean, without news, I don't see it going necessarily to double digits. If it gets some sort of merger acquisition type news, and then a buyout share price, of course, it would go probably that share price. But without a share price, just the news of that, I think we could see double digits even. I mean, it's crazy because there's a crazy gamma ramp there, so it could just get super wild again, or it could shut down. It's in the hands of the holders of those calls without news and more pressure. So I kind of rejected that right at that line we drew, actually. BBY. Little volatility. So if you remember yesterday morning, it even broke like pre-market. Well, not quite pre-market, but the support from pre-market, it broke that low, then retested it, and then it started grinding up. So might see something similar to that on it, which would be kind of 460, maybe 450, the high, one of the highs from yesterday, before it starts going up, if it does. Buying premium is more fun, no pain, no gain. That's true, it is more fun. Yeah, selling premium, Theta Gang. Look up Theta Gang on Reddit. That's a good subreddit to learn how to sell premium. And if you have long-term stuff, you can just apply it right to your long-term by selling covered calls if you're not already. But you can be as active or as passive as you want with that. You can scalp covered calls like in and out in seconds if you want. Let's see. So I wanted a short in today. I kind of was expecting or assuming we're gonna come down, but my shorts from yesterday kept getting stopped out, and I didn't want to hold one that didn't have some headroom on it. But I mean, today could end up being green. We'll see. Those candles can be reversing candles, though. The daily candle we made yesterday on SPY. Oh, I lost my my line there, but we're basically right at that line from the peaks that started at the beginning of last year. Crazy, it's been a whole year. All last year was a bear market. Worst market since 2008. So maybe taking a short here on the futures. I realize I think me trading earlier is what's just way more difficult. Okay, BBY coming down. See if it catches support at 460 or 450. Yeah, sell calls on it for sure. Sell leaps though? Why not sell like monthlies? Just roll monthlies. GameStop holding up. Look at this rally out of open. No volume still. It might wake up. And Fridays sometimes are wild. Sometimes you have big Fridays. We've seen that on GameStop. Big Friday, big Monday. But if not today, it might start waking up next week into OPEX, which would be good. That could be a sustained rally for this whole month then. Try to stay out of it. Yeah, no, that makes sense. But I guess, yeah, for someone looking to be more active or trade more, if they've just been investing, you'd be more active with your long term and just, do monthly cover calls. It's still very passive. I mean, you can look at it once a month basically, but GME moving up on zero volume. BBY looks like a little bit of consolidation here. See how Apron holds up. I feel like we even talked about Apron yesterday too. Here's Futu. Traded this one a couple times. So my covered call on Carvana is up 20%. Could close it, but I'll probably just keep holding it for next Friday. All his shares are down. No options to sell on that one. BBY, all right, 11.5%. Pretty big move down here. It's just about hitting that 4.5. We'll see if it bounces a little bit more down maybe before it bounces. Definitely gonna be some profit taking today, being Friday. All right, SPY's setting up an engulfing candle here potentially. Got about a minute before that closes. If you have puts, you have to decide if you want to close it here at this, if there's especially zero today, close them here at support, or if you're trying to hold for a flush through. Next level down would probably be this low of yesterday. Bed Bath, I mean, still holding up pretty well. Idle hands and free capital. Yeah, I've learned that. That's the price cuts are bad for. Oh, that's a good point. Does Carvana have a lot of Teslas? I feel like that'd be a small amount of their inventory. Markets are closed Monday, yeah. You did Apron yesterday? Yeah, so we worked, maybe it was you talking about it. I remember us talking about Apron like A lot of the other squeezy ones were moving, and Apron hadn't yet. There you go. You got your gap up. Well played. What'd you get? Calls or did you get shares? GME just penny stocking its way up. BBY bounced on that 4.58, just about that 4.5 level from these highs. See if it holds up there. Should have loaded up. Can I actually trade on my TD account? I can. So I might do some daily scalping of covered calls. Just on BBBY. Today's not probably going to be a great day for it, but you know, hindsight and stuff. Yep, Monday's close. Phase made a move up. MGAM, W key. These are all kind of hype plays. Kind of taking turns rotating out of Carvana and those other ones. What about Party. Party kind of gapped down a little bit. Still holding up though. Looks like SPY wants to make a new low. Yeah, new low on the day on SPY. Well, HKD even got a little love today, huh? 6%. Wait, that's cold. What the heck? 7%. Still got a ways to go. Apron holding up pretty well. GME looks like it wants to go green. Got all these green dots. Kind of hoping for a retest before rally. Some sort of retest confirmation, not just slow melt up that gets out of control. $4.7. Might still come a little lower and try and bounce off. See if it bounces off here. At 4.5 still. Space might be a good one to jump in on. It actually went on news and not just one of the hype. I guess it's been moving up with the hype, maybe. Kind of speculative ones. $4.6. Put a line about there. Inverted hammer, typically bearish, but could be reversal too. I can look it up. Oh, we can't because are they out of shares? No, Bed Bath and Beyond I think still out of shares. You can also look it up on our on Discord. So I use iBorrowDesk. Type in the ticker. But on our Discord you can also do it. 21.1. Moved up a tiny bit. It's weird though, we've had this rip and we haven't had the price action yet. And it's sustained. It's not just been like a peak and then come down. So it does seem like something's definitely spooling up and preparing on GME for a rally. Our SPY is moving up now. But yeah, if you go on our Discord, you can see I'd even do it. SH borrowed, I think. Or stock back to command. Well, we got people doing them in here. But yeah, here's the borrow fee and the available shares. You just do /SH borrowed and then type in GME. Same thing on mobile. SPY's breaking the high of the day now. Yeah, BorrowDesk is a nice simple one. I know the volume on Bed Bath is crazy. SPY's moving up now. Could have taken that long on the break. I'm sitting on my hands though. I'm gonna wait till after the morning volatility. I think I have more success then. Not good enough to trade in the morning. So BBY did hit that 455. If it dips below that. Still looks good. Looks just like consolidation, really. Need to get this RSI low. Cool it off. Cool off the options chain. If we start moving next week, it's not really going to get cheap by then, but we'll settle it down a little bit. Yeah, I mean, really, to get this RSI down, we're going to have to come down to like 3.5 today. I don't know if it'll happen, but... Or just time. Next week. Size moving up here. BBY is on its own game. And GME is going with the market. Isn't that interesting? It's getting way more push of the market than Bed Bath. We've seen that the last few days even. And then sometimes the market will just, on some of those volatile, like right here, that kind of pulled everything. Still don't know what that was. Yeah, GME up almost 1%. If it's a green Friday on GME, like pretty green, I'll probably get some mixed positions today. I think majority of the time that GME has a good Friday, it's followed by a good Monday, and you might not have time to get, you might not get a cheaper price basically on Monday or Tuesday morning. But it is a long weekend, so you're funny. All right, BBY broke through that support, and we'll see where it lands. Like I said, for that RSI to really cool off, it might need to come, might need to get back down into yesterday's lows. I mean, that's kind of what we're looking at. That's kind of a level. That support here and that resistance. Friday, taking profits. SPY's moving up. there's not much profits for GME to take, so it's just dandy where it's at. I'll look at it, David. Paper and trade the float. 17 million. Certainly did. What wedge are you talking about, Jimmy? The downtrend triangle from August 21st. Jimmy's moving up here. It's still moving with the market though. Volume still low this morning. I don't know. Trying to have me drop triangles and stuff. Oh, August 21? Fucking back here. '22. Breaking up the downtrend triangle. Oh, you mean from these resistances here? All depends if you do something like that, you're saying? No, it's basically right there. That's probably where I would put them. I mean, you could go up on the wicks, but it's still on that, still below it. I'm moving up here. Yeah, BBBY. Yeah, man. I mean, it's pushing up against it, but no, it'll probably need a couple more dollars to break through that. This is down 5%. Like Bed Bath wants to make a new low. Yeah, I feel like it wants to fill this gap at 3.5. Bank of America CEO says consumer spending growth is slowing down. Larry Fink says optimistic about 2023 for long-term investors. Yeah, the start of this year has been like one of the best starts to any year in the stock market. Not saying much, been 13 days, but and it's been just on a bounce of a bear market. But still is the best. And that volume really picked up yesterday, huh? Keep extended hours on for a little bit. Apron is moved for next week. Yeah, I mean, if it's doing kind of a teeter-totter thing with the other ones, then the ones that are down today are the move for next week. Because this one, you know, they're teeter-tottering. Like Carvana, you know, if these continue next week. But yeah, they might all go next week, just same time or kind of back and forth. That's a pretty big drop on Helbiz, actually. But I think the momentum's there. Just stair-stepping. IWM's holding up pretty good. 4-2 on BBY. So yeah, we'll see if it fills that gap. Got that 4 level and then this 370 level. And that 3.5. I mean, that'll be a big move down, but seriously, this thing's gone up hundreds of percent in the last 3 days. They'll do their best not to have to hedge that much. That many calls the money. I've been just melting up here. GME going with it? No, kind of died a little bit. Apron holding up well. I might short some more puts on GME today, actually, for next week. See if it gives me a nice dip entry. We got those 17 short puts. Those are up 50%, which is crazy. Oh, never mind. They were up 50% yesterday. Now they're up 23%. But now I can trade on TD. Could do covered calls on BBY, but probably missed the best entry. It's take profits. It's Friday. There's probably some deleveraging, people selling options, market maker shorting shares or selling shares that they had to buy. But I mean, it's still holding up pretty well. I think yesterday was up 50%. We're only down 15% today. Haven't had a cool off really at all this week, and it's come up. Take a little look see here. 361%. So 16%. Yeah. City's green now. Seems like the banks are kind of bouncing. So on our Discord, I like to use this one a lot, the econ calendar. Just shows the economic events and data coming out today. So today, in 2 minutes, we have Michigan consumer sentiment and Michigan consumer expectations, Michigan current conditions, inflation expectations. That's all coming out in 2 minutes, 1 minute. So that could move the market. You might see a move. See what that does. Okay, and it's out. There's a reaction to it. Little dip, now rip. Yeah, I guess it's bullish. Natural gas even moved up. How did nat gas move up on that? Michigan consumer sentiment, January actual 64.6 versus 59.7 previous. Estimated was 60.7. So came in higher than estimates. Consumer sentiment. 12-month inflation forecast from the University of Michigan plus 4%. So if consumer sentiment's good, that could be bearish though, right? Whoa, big bounce on BBBY. Kind of at that level from yesterday. Might do some daily cover calls on the old Bed Bath. Let's see, 24. Five and a half. I think it'll probably close below that today. All right, I put an order out for covered calls on BBBY. I put a high price on there, so need a little bit more of a pop to get it. I put it for 5.5 strike. So 24 cover calls, just dailies, 5.5 strike. It's like $300 something in premium. And if it's in the money, I'll either roll or I might even let it get called away. Should have done that order a little bit sooner. It's coming back down. It'll bounce. And GME, waiting for kind of a dip to do some more cash secured puts. Apron, did it come down a little bit? Not really. Everything just did their pre-market moves. Just hanging on. Except for this one. I just brought the price down a little bit on that cover call for BBBY. Oh, it filled. Some of them filled. Oh, they all filled. So now, I mean, it's maybe not a great time. We'll see if it rips, but well, on those 2,400 shares, we got short 24 calls. So sets us down because it give me awful fills. So basically just daily covered calls at the 5.5 strike. So as the day goes on, stays flat, these will lose value and then be able to buy them back for cheaper. Basically, I received a $288 credit. I'd like to buy it back for $1. I mean, if BBY closed above 5.5 today, that'd be dope. Market is moving up now. GME's liking it. Yeah, broke that low from yesterday, one of them at least. That's a big rebound on the SPY. It's basically, it's almost erased all of the pre-market. I don't know if the market running is going to really push this week's runners much, though. So with that same theta idea, I could short puts on GME. So I'd be selling. They'd be puts. I'm gonna do next week. I mean, I'll be looking at the option chain to see. I guess you can look at chain on here somewhere. Just to look at the delta. 19. I could go even more conservative. 18 and a half. So 10 of them receive 50 cents. Be $500 in credit. I couldn't do 10 though. Like 7. Yeah. 8. 9. I could do 8. I could do 8 of them, receive $410 in credit, and it would hold like $13,000 in collateral. And I would be agreeing to buy 800 shares of GME at $18.50. And with that agreement, I would receive that credit, $410. So I might do a trade like that today or next week, especially since next week's short. It's a nice one. Yeah, big rally up. That's right. You had 400s. Yeah, you asked if we see over 400 today, and I said I don't think so. And I said we might make a move up to here, maybe even up to yesterday's highs, but I don't see it breaking 400. So I would definitely take advantage of the morning volatility on some green spikes. Oh, one shot more. Yeah, I mean if with BBBY, yeah, it's I don't have that long of an outlook on it. I feel like it's a shorter term play before bankruptcy. But again, if it doesn't go bankrupt, and then yeah, and it survives, then it's still good value at $5 or whatever it is. That's what I was telling Moonpire when he kept averaging down. I'm like, well, if it doesn't go bankrupt, it's great value. So $4. I mean, this is still multi-decade lows, $4.50. Like this is what it was in the 90s. So they could turn it around for sure. Can they survive through this tightening and higher interest rates? I don't know. But I think there does have to be some fundamental turnaround for this to be a sustained and longer than just a bankruptcy kind of short squeeze, gamma ramp squeeze maybe. Stairs out of turned around. I know that the companies are going away. Cut a deal to them at a certain price. Yeah, agree to a certain price. I think the MOAS that everyone has, that's not defined. Everyone has a different definition of that, but I think like best case or the closest scenario to that would be an agreement and letting shorts escape, similar to what big short squeezes have happened, like Volkswagen, where it has a big move and then at some point there's compromises. So yeah. Yeah, SPY's still moving up. I would look for different resistances to sell. So you could wait for that one, which it's kind of at right now. It hit that one. Those wicks though can be a sign of a top. After that one, I would say something up here maybe. BBY looks like it's kind of rejecting that bounce a bit. GME is melting up in the market. Sometimes it's nice we move with the market. Oh, well, yeah, it is. I mean, it's speculation. I think that he's a part of it for sure. He's made it pretty clear he's not. So. So now those cover calls in BBY are up a little bit, 4%. So you could literally scalp it like that. But give it a couple hours, they'll probably be doing better. No volume on GME. Now I've got buying power back on my long term, which is fresh of breath air. Capital's been tied up with BBY for it's been like 4 months. It's been since the summer that I got in that trade and then stuck in it. So I'm so stoked I got out of it. Like I just held on. I figured I would, and I never really considered even closing for a loss for some reason. I was just like, hey. So probably back to selling premium on GME. Something I know and have more trust in. What? Russell Crowe? What do you mean? Yeah, BY looks good, honestly. Nice little consolidation. We've got spies breaking a new high there. Whoever's got has those longs, look for you're getting a gift here because it's also early morning, so premiums are still high. If this was happening at the end of the day, your contracts would basically be worthless. There's a nice move up. We're getting back into yeah, yesterday's levels. Morgan Stanley, Mike Wilson said he's bracing for more than a 20% stock market drop. U.S. Treasury yields turn higher after data. 2-year yield last up at 4.1%. 10-year up at 3.4%. Yeah, BUI looks good. We've got some levels here. I feel like it might fill that gap. Might fill that gap at 3.5, which I don't think would be terrible at all. I'm just looking at this RSI, like it coming down and slowing down, cooling off this RSI is what's going to be needed for another rally. As I just showed, this thing's up 300. Bottom to top, it was what, 360%. So 15% move to the downside is no problem. 20% move to the downside is no problem. And honestly, it's for how much it's rallied, it's holding up extremely well. We haven't had a single day like this week, and this is only 14%. This is nothing. So yeah, I'm not closing any longs or anything on BBY. I did close some yesterday up here, because of the frothiness, and I was like, I wouldn't enter here, so I might as well close. And I could reposition, but I still have plenty of exposure on it to go higher. Your question didn't make sense. I want to know how y'all think Russell Crowe cares. But it didn't really make sense. Imagine getting to do an overhyped time turn on, being stuck. SPY is continuing to move. Your 400s, how red are they? Imagine they're pretty red still. Oh, he's using, okay. Got it. His wording was weird though. I want to know why y'all think we're... Oh, okay, never mind. It wasn't. I don't know why y'all think... Okay. Why y'all think Russell Crowe cares about... Uh, moving back up to VWAP on Bed Bath. Pretty rad. Yeah, I imagine with one day. That's the tough thing. That's like one of the hardest positions to close. When it's super red, and then it's going in your favor and it's becoming less and less red, to then close it when it's still red, but it has the momentum in your favor. But it's something, you know, you have to do at times. You can't always get green. I almost had, or almost, I was starting to consider. Look at that BBBY. Holy crap! Breaking the wow. Those cover calls might have been premature. I was starting to consider that on Bed Bath because it was a position I've been red on for literally months. It was since the summer, and it had come up so close to me being even. Actually, some of the stuff I did take a little loss on, but yeah, I'm not opening up any more shorts on BBY as far as covered calls goes. This thing's way too strong. Way too strong. That's crazy. I did get a good exit on my short puts yesterday though on BBY. Happy with that. But I still have 19 on here. And they still have, let's see, they still have 7 grand of value that I could make back on it. So, but that would have to, Bed Bath would have to be above $8 by expiration, which very well could be. This is pretty freaking bullish, man. Oh my gosh. Okay. Is that all the cooling off it's gonna get? This reminds me of old GME days, honestly. Like we haven't seen a big red day at all. And it just starts to consolidate and just buying pressure. It's just not even letting it cool off on the hourly. That's crazy. Oh man. I'm not gonna buy back my calls. End of day if I need to, I will roll them. I think I'll now be profitable on the play, even if I let it close at 5.5, so fine with that. Just a bit of a hedge on exposure. So here's your red candle. I don't, if you had a long, might keep going though. Apron come down some, a little bit. Not really though. It's still holding pre-market levels. Yeah, these are the ones I got into on the hype, on the highs. Piranha maybe making a move. So that could be a reversal candle there on SPY, but let's see. These long wicks don't show much strength, but it just keeps pushing through them. This is this is this is yeah. Sorry, I'm tripping a little bit. Thinking BBBY might actually, it might be more of a run than I've kind of been considering. Might be more of a run that AC John and Nighthawk and you guys are super hyped on. I'm still in the kind of the camp that it's bankruptcy little short squeeze that most likely wouldn't go too high, especially without any news. But this it's seeming like something bigger than that. We'll see how today closes. I mean, if today closes even this high, that's some serious pressure that's having to be pushed on the stock upward. Even against profit taking. So that double doji might be the top. Might even take a short here actually. Might be too early. Let's see. Good. No, I mean I hear that. Right. The value of the embedded short position. Yeah. What do you think RC will allow? BBY going bankrupt? That would just on a chart perspective, that would be a crazy thing if this happens and it ends up settling and hanging out up here in the single digits or double digits or back to normal, kind of where it was, wherever the median is. Oh, SPY's breaking that high. That would be just crazy just as far as the chart goes. Because even GME, like when it got into the single digits and got super cheap, it hung out down there for a bit. Like it wasn't just crazy bad news, huge dip, and then insane rip out of it. All right, next leg up on SPY. Wow, this is why I take mental note, and I'm way up on a future from overnight. Closing in the morning before market opens is, if it's gone my way, especially if it's already down 1%, it's probably not going to go another percent. This is a just full on V. I'm playing shorts at 3. I don't see huge short positions opening up at 3 though. Right here after it already was, yeah, I mean it broke. I don't know. Yeah, I mean they're underwater. I think shorts had entered. Of course they entered up here and here. I don't know. SPY is actually ripping. Your 400s might be safe. That's crazy. That's relentless, man. We're in kind of a bear market rally short squeeze, it looks like. I mean, the last 3 days have kind of shown that, and today I thought was going to be a cool down. We never hit that 400. Maybe that'll happen today. We still had a gap up there, I think. No, I think we filled the gap. This is crazy strong, though, on BBY, honestly. If it closed today only down 11%. Wow. GME still just shut off. I'm gonna go chat with AMC shorts is, I don't know. Dude. Alright, well it's kind of at a resistance there. It's right at VWAP. It did break it, but looks like it's settling back down a little bit. Yeah, this is pretty strong. Yeah, V shapes on tickers is nuts. He has no public affiliation with it, no. JP Morgan warned about, was it a tech short squeeze? Yeah, maybe it was. Sale of new energy vehicles almost doubled in China last year. What are new energy vehicles? Just like EVs? So careful on your long spies. I mean, this has made a pretty incredible bounce. And I hope. Because we're talking about their strikes they added. They added weeklies? Oh, just a money grab. This is just, this is 1,000% IV. This is literally just market maker robbery. You're gonna get calls, at least get a couple weeks. And even those you want to get spreads. 500% IV is absurd. Dude, why would they add weeklies? That's ridiculous. Gives you a clue to work out. What did I buy? Market does want green. My dad's money. 5 million. Um, you need to invest in a long term, little by little. Like 10,000 a month invest. Things you know and use. I think will be here in 10 years. Alright, it's kind of rejected VWAP there. And then take another 10,000 and you can trade a month. Start with cash secured puts. Do it on GME. Do some on BBY. Look, I was looking at the options they added on BBY. Look. 7, 7.5, 8, 8.5, 9, 9.5, 10, 10.5, 11. They added all these strikes to the option chain, the market maker. They'd expire today. It's just a money grab. Full on money grab. With 1,000 IV. What helps the movement? What movement are you talking about? To buy BBBY. Your fans BBY? Yeah. Cash secured puts. You like BBY? That that is a good way to make money with this. You can do cash secured puts, and then with the premium you receive selling those, you could buy shares or you could buy calls. There's no hedge to the downside. You're bullish, but Reddit movement, short squeeze movement. Um, yeah. This isn't really a team sport, so kind of investing with your own money and your own plan. But you want to put pressure on a market maker, yeah, you buy calls and then you exercise them. SPY moving up further. Wow. So you buy, I mean, you could even buy next week's. No, you buy today in the money, you exercise. Which calls? If you want to just put pressure on a market maker, I don't know. What do you guys think? I'd say probably 4.5 at the money. Dailies, then exercise. Oh, now 4. I mean, if you want to be an idiot, you could buy out of the money and exercise those. But you're just giving away money then. All right, looks like SPY's rejecting that level. It didn't quite make it to that line I drew, but pretty close, just below it. That might be the top. This sets up an engulfing candle. I might open up a short. BBBY rejected that. VWAP still looks good though. Nice consolidation. All right, it's about time to turn that off, I think. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I'll just do a huge 5-minute candle flush. Like, give me a good entry after this closes. So my cover call is on here now. They're down. I got such a stupid fill. Yeah, it says they're down 20%. Kind of spread. Yeah, they're down 20%. Okay. Well, premiums are holding on for BBBY. It would appear the dailies are a good investment. More dip? I don't know. By end of day, there could be a new low, but it's holding up very well, and it's kind of detached for the most part from the market, so that seems pretty good. Yeah, I don't think GME's really started yet. Of course, normal market mechanics don't make sense. All right, there's engulfing. I kind of want to bounce, then I'm going to take a short. Unless it's just consolidating on the support I drew here, which happened yesterday. It seemed like 2 or 3 times. If I held through the shorts up here, it would have end up being fine, but market can get, of course, irrational and squeezy at any moment. All right, so now I'm just seeing if it's consolidating up here before it move higher, or if this actually is the reversal candle. Play on. I did say BBY is holding up well, yeah. Um, down only 12%. Yesterday it had a 50% move. Last week it's done 350%. So yeah, I think it's holding up very nicely. For consolidation day, this is mellow. Carvana. Guess I should have closed my covered calls on it. No. Elba is still down 10%. Let's see, Carvana. Yeah, I'm up on my covered call. I could close it. I'm not too optimistic we get a big move on a Friday on these squeezy stocks. They don't want to have to hedge more. Maybe he's crazy on here. Okay. GME volume off, just holding up nicely though. Bed Bath just sitting at VWAP. Good luck, mijo. Thanks, mate. Soldiers of happy money. Assemble! Rick got a hand grenade. Where'd you find a hand grenade? I don't know, tried it. Yeah, kind of want to take the short here, but yesterday shook me out a bit. See what these longer time frames looking like. Yeah, still looking like a top. That MACD crossed over. This hourly candle closes bearish, but we've got like a whole hour for that to happen. That could be a reversal candle. We are at that resistance. Watch it on the 1 minute maybe for an entry. Yeah, I'm gonna take it. I took a short. I've got tolerance to hold up till here maybe, and then I just don't want to hold it. Not at a great resistance, like a very strong one, so that's kind of a bad thing, but give it a little time, see what happens. GME is shut off. Carvana did, it's fun to fill that little gap up there. Big options days this month, the other expirations. That's true. That's true. Next Friday is OPEX and WOPEX and YOPEX. And that's true. I think if GME runs into an OPEX, that'll be very bullish. And the only times it's done that, it's had big, long, sustained runs. Market looks like it wants to consolidate there. You know what I mean? Like a lot of these shorter runs are after OPEX. Like this one is running into OPEX. So longer sustained runs, like even this one, running into OPEX and then after OPEX. So I'm kind of waiting for some of this price action to go long. And it looks like it might actually end up being some price action like this and not like a second bottom, like a double bottom like here. It's seeming more and more it's going to be something like this. Where it does just kind of V and then consolidate and then keep going and not double bottom. So an entry almost anywhere around here seems like maybe smart. Today being Friday and a long weekend, probably wait till next week. And it's moving up. Spice option should be right next week. Where we have to close, possibly squeeze. I mean, there's no like definite answer for that. Where do you close for a squeeze? But anywhere up here closing puts a lot of pressure. Next week's options are crazy. This week's are crazy. 25,000 open interest, 20,000 open interest, 7,000, 12,000. Those are all in the money. If those stay in the money, that's huge. None of these were in the money at the beginning of the week. And then next week's, yeah, I mean, again, none of these were in the money. Now there's crazy amounts in the money. 40,000 open interest on the fives for next week. That's huge. SPY is consolidating before another move. I'm holding. Got one more line up here, maybe. Don't want it to break that one. But if anything might come up, retest highs, and please come down here before end of day if it doesn't make it that high. It's giving back everything from pre-market. Dude, my covered calls in BBY. Those are holding up so well, that's crazy. I guess they're too close to the money. They're not though, they're 5.5s. Wonder if we call exchange for Carvana. Carvana used to trade really high. Oh, it filled the gap. I should close that covered call, man. Probably should. Not enough headroom. I'll wait till end of day. Oh, if it breaks here though. I'll leave it. What day were you talking about? Carvana? January 540. Yeah, I mean this thing when it got squeezy, the option market makers. All right, that's a good can. I like to see that. I don't like that it's holding support, but inverted hammer, big wick at that resistance. Yeah, I mean look at this thing. It was at 376. So they wrote those options. Those are yearly options. They wrote those. Could be years ago. So they wrote it any time around here. You know, it was on the momentum up and it was in the 300s. Okay, this looks like consolidating. I might try and get out now. And there it goes. Carvana moving up. I'll hold it. I'll roll it if it gets crazy. Market's moving up. Yeah, I didn't like how it held that support too. Carvana's green, 3.8%. $1 million open interest for. Yeah, Carvana's getting squeezy again. Next bank's 23.5. On what? Do you believe in good news? Do you believe in miracles? What's Max? It's not on GME. If there's good news for, oh, that's why you guys are getting hypey. If there's good news on it, then yes, I believe in good news. I'm not anticipating any news because I don't know about any news coming. So, I mean, this might be pressure from the market now. Once the market starts to kind of break certain resistances and get kind of squeezy itself. Carvana doesn't seem like it, but BBBY maybe. What scares me is like these days can just get out of control in the market to the upside. Like on a Friday after we had data, like in January, a bunch of money's moving around. People already, yeah. Yeah. There you go, GME. Okay, okay. All right, today might be squeezy. Yep. Let me think. Yeah. I might get some positions on GME. I wanted to wait for a dip, but this isn't looking dip-like. I'm gonna look at end of January, maybe even February. IV is not crazy, but holy crap. Okay, what? Um, Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do here. Might just pick up shares on this one. Hmm. I don't know if the market's gonna feel this move though much. Let me look at this really quick. It's crazy. It's overbought with how slow a move it's been making. Patience, patience, patience. Patience. I ordered a pull-up bar because I gave my other one away. The one I ordered was used. It was missing pieces. Make another one. You go do some pull-ups and just breathe, think. Stick to your rules, stick to your plan. Like 210 still? What's 210? Oh, February 10 for options? Yeah. Yeah, I know I like to get the whole month also and get a little bit of next month. I like that also. I like that the market's coming down here. I kind of want today to consolidate and come down, honestly, because I don't want tons of options exposure coming to a long weekend. I mean, I guess for the gamma it would help. Higher price. I mean, anywhere up here, you've got crazy gamma exposure already. But yeah, higher is better, so whatever. Yeah, now looking at that chart, it does seem like it's maybe going to be more of this melt up move. So not really a good double bottom chance to buy in. Like here, there. We're just melting. Grinding up. Creeping up the ladder. Yeah, we're already at 21. Um hmm. So yeah, now this green candle made an engulfing to the upside. I don't know. Chopping around here. Undecided where it wants to go, so I might just close out if I can for a small gain. I'm able to, and wait for more confirmation on the direction. I don't know if I can get a gain. Let's see. Glad I held though. I almost closed it out for a bigger loss up here. That pop was kind of interesting. Maybe it was moving with the market. Market actually popped right then too. The pace, not a race. Yeah, that was a little bit of a popo for sure. Already put selling off. That's good news. Okay. Didn't give me buying power. I think that's because I have an open future. Actually I'm gonna get some puts next week on GME for just for my margin, some long puts. Probably a good time to buy them. Yeah, I don't like how the market's holding up there though. That's looks bullish. Like it wants to break. Hmm. Got 1,300 shares. Got 13 puts. 14 strike. Okay, got some puts for margin. And it's a nice little hedge if GME just for some reason dumps next week. I mean, they're pretty far out of the money, but just a little pop. Nothing to get crazy about. It is Friday. If they rip it on a Friday, man. Whew. Yeah, I want to get that pull-up bar. Go to some pull-ups. I used to do like push-ups and sit-ups. Try and take a break. But I think pull-ups will help me want to do push-ups and sit-ups more. Rapid fire mode. Pew, 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 pew. I did a video on this actually. If you look under my strategies playlist, let's see. I'll play it for you guys. I can play it or I can just give you a link. What do you guys want? I'll just give you the link. Better. Market's still a little too exciting. Yeah, if you go to my playlist on my channel, go to strategies. Oh. So it's titled How to Get Margin. There it is. This one secret trick the market maker doesn't want you to know. It is actually pretty funny because it gives you margin, and so because brokerages don't give you margin on GME anymore because it's a idiosyncratic risk or whatever. But yeah, you can get margin on it, apply more pressure. So I can literally buy puts on my shares and then have the buying power as if I was sold those shares to then buy calls. It's a pretty degenerate move, really, but it is an option. Okay, I canceled my order for to close this short. Just keep wavering here. I think did I hear there's going to be I think we're going to get a bank earnings midday, so the market might be waiting on that for like an earnings call maybe. I think I do want to get out of it. I don't know if there's any more. Okay, there is. Not stuff that'll move the market though, I don't think. 1 o'clock. Yeah, it's mostly commodity stuff. Total rig. Yeah, it's commodity stuff. Wait, hold on. Oh, we're getting natural gas speculative net positions today. Commodities, that's all coming. So not a whole lot of data still, but I think I heard bank earnings are going to be midday or maybe a earnings call. All right, market's coming down here. Thanks for your likes, guys. Appreciate it, and your subs. And hit the notification bell. I've been trying to do a video at the end of every day as well after the stream. I want to hold support there. What'd Carvana do with the market doing that? Yeah, they didn't buy that back. Jeez, emotions are high. This is bad. I need to do some activity to flush it out of your system. By 2027, the analysts expect that there will be a need for about 1.2 million level 2 chargers and 109,000 level 3 chargers deployed nationally. All right. Goldman Sachs no longer forecasts a euro area recession. I feel like people in Europe already feel like they're in a recession. SDC. Dude, this thing's 60 cents. I remember trading this. All right, this was another one of the speculative hype runners. I might have to get a position on here. This is like another apron. I mean, it's already had a pretty big move up, but I just keep getting these hype, finding all these hype ones. If you want exposure to a hype one, you haven't yet. Look at SDC. Bounced off that support again, dang it. BBBY now holding up above VWAP. This is wild. Wildly bullish. Dude, my... what the heck? You guys could have made 100% on the 5.5 calls for BBBY dailies. 130%. I'm down 130% on these. I opened them up here, like at VWAP. Sentiment is wildly bullish for Bed Bath even today. Or today ending strong. What the heck? That's just crazy IV swings. I think just from the super high IV, I just happened to get a really low IV fill or something. I don't know. That's insane. Look at this. I opened these today. It wasn't at a low. It was off of after a big bounce. These 5.5 calls. They're down 125%. So basically, if you took the other end, the person that bought the calls from me, they're up 125% on these calls. Dailies. 5.5 strike out of the money. Yeah, end of day, I guess I'll just roll those. We'll find out. I mean, that'd be kind of awesome if those were in the money end of day, I suppose, yeah. Okay, so I got buying power back. This went to 0. I got it back from buying those puts. Like natural gas rejecting that VWAP. Johnson Johnson cut production of COVID-19. That move it. Oh, that was the move from it. Now it's ripping. Dude, I kind of want to. So bullish, man. This is crazy. There's just so much buying pressure, it seems like, that has to take place on BBBY for it to be doing this after 350% run, coming to a Friday especially. I have 50 do 50 push-ups. There you go. Oh, 55 push-ups. Yeah, those short puts on Bed Bath I closed yesterday. I mean, I guess I could have held them longer. They're up another 4% today. It's just kind of crazy. These ones. I have 19 left. I had 59 of them yesterday. There's still 7,400 I can make back on this. So with all of them, I think it was like, I don't know, 40. How's that possible? Is that I really received that much for premium? Or I took a loss on those. I'm not sure. I don't think I did though. Market is just stalling out up here. What an interesting day. Interesting day on the market. BBBY. Carvana. What the heck? If these hype plays close pretty high today, it seems like they'll probably continue next week. Oh, we'll be looking at SDC. Whoops. I'm curious if the market comes down, back down, if we'll see some pull on these. Okay, I'm positive on my future. Not affecting these yet. It's got to break that support though. True anniversary of this news starts today. Happy anniversary. Yeah, I was looking at Arrival actually yesterday. Had a gap up again, huh? SPY's bouncing off of that. I should close this. Dang it. No, I'm right on it. I'm gonna put an order to close it. Alright, I closed out of it. It's just maybe at a break of this I'll open it back up. I don't know. Yeah, this one might be a good play. Arrival. I don't know why it's moving, but I've actually never seen this one before the other day. Of options. Yep. 500% IV. Quite a bit of open interest. Just has monthlies though. This could set up a little gamma squeeze. Hmm. Alright, there's the flush. Finally. Just waiting for me to close. Makes sense. Can't believe my covered call is down 120%. It's just wild. No, I don't think it'll run all day again. But it's, I mean, it's looking strong though. Just because today's Friday, I'm not. Yesterday was decreasing volume. I'm being patient. Best of my ability. I mean, the options chain on GME is not as loaded like BBBY, so not as big of a threat if it closes high. As far as a gamma ramp, I mean. There's some open interest. Yeah, we need. Now SPY's breaking the support. Kind of had the idea right. It just chopped around up there too long. I didn't like it. What's up, relocate? This little move down hasn't affected GME yet. Oh, what? We got Newegg in the play? 17% on Newegg. Another hype one. This one could be good. See what happens at VWAP here. I had the trade. All right, little pressure now. Patience. Yeah. But that said, like me holding out for kind of a double bottom of sorts might not be playing out, which is good and bad. It's good because that would be more like a run like we had back here, which was massive. It's bad because you can't get another nice second chance at a good entry like here and here. But yeah, it's more good than bad, I guess. This one we got a double bottom because of that earnings, right? So they dumped it after earnings, but otherwise this might have just been a melt up also, because this was a pre-OPEX rally like we're getting now. Dang, this would have been $300-400 on that move. Dang, man. Okay. Doing good. It's been exciting. Exciting week. Exciting end of the week. Credit card balances reached a record-setting $866 billion in the third quarter of last year, which represents a year-over-year increase of 19%. War Chest, did you get an $8 BBBY call today? Did you not hear me on stream? I mean, I might be wrong, but see, what sucks is my entry there might be the beginning of a long down move for days and days and days and weeks. You know, if I decide just to hold it. I can get back in it, but I mean, the market's tough. 270% on the week, that's right. Yep. It's looking good. Got a awesome gamma ramp. So GME moved down there with the market. Bed Bath a little bit too, back to VWAP. But they're so cheap. Okay. Yeah, I mean, a little pop in IV, you might get it, but yeah. I mean, IV was holding up good. Let me see these covered calls. Got like a place marker for these dailies. I'm still down 50% on these covered calls. That's crazy. Okay, there's VWAP. This engulfing candle was right. It did a big try and shake out move, but then we ended up coming down. Sometimes you can wait after an engulfing candle or something like this, and it'll do this. Sometimes it does this, and it just kind of keeps coming. 10:30, kind of the cutoff at times. Sometimes it's more it continues to be volatile, or sometimes it just slows down like it did today. Bounced right off of VWAP. EU closes in 10 minutes. We'll see if that has an effect on the market direction or velocity. Just get a little poppy there around VWAP. VWAP. I don't have any thoughts on Japan spot auction. What are your thoughts on it? Get a little bouncy. Like natural gas rejected its VWAP. Neg. New egg. New egg. This one has options too, yeah. 700% already. These dailies. Alright. Spot looks like it wants to bounce off VWAP. Choppy. It's just a small range, really. Hedge funds use US Treasuries as collateral, about to feel the heat. Yeah, it could be. I've heard something similar to that. Real volume. Yeah, don't. I mean, it could still come in today, but I think it's maybe gonna hold off till next week. That's a pretty big bounce on SPY. GME's feeling it. See, I would have had to time this bottom on that VWAP. I would have been stopped back out right here, which is crazy. Big bounce. But we're kind of past the higher velocity moves coming into 11:30. Look at that. Nice short opportunity if you're into that. I might short nat gas actually. Yeah. Not making a huge range, but I took a short contract on natural gas. /QG. I guess it is a long weekend. Do futures? Futures don't trade on Monday, I don't think either, maybe. Alright, it's coming down on natural gas, that's good. I'll put a sell order at or close order, buy to close. 3535. Oh, and then it bounced. Astra's even up 8% today. Mara is continuing its run. Market chopping around in this range. All right, you close in 4 minutes. Kind of want to get into I don't know actually. Yeah, I kind of want to get into some kind of short position to hold over the weekend. We might have another little gap down on Tuesday. But today's holding up so well. Hear my neck pop. SDC kind of holding up. VWAP's high on that too. And that gas bounce. Guess I could do, we can do cover calls on GME today. Premium's not crazy like BBBY, but, or no, I can't actually. Ooh, my $6 calls. I'm gonna hold those Bed Bath $6 calls for next week. Could have closed them yesterday for a small loss. These are ones I've held for months, 3 months. I think those will go on the money next week though. Break even on them's not to like 740 though, so it's pretty high. Now it's hard to know where to take a position. If you want to go short, you can take it here on a test, but just made a little range on a VWAP be up so high. Apron broke that support. A lot of volume on Apron still. Space is kind of holding up. Yeah. In fact, this one had news to kind of push it also. So many charts look just like this. That like more than doubled last 2 weeks. It's been a speculative stock squeeze. Tattooed Chef is even up here. This is some nice consolidation on BBBY, right around VWAP. Back to VWAP with SPY. Oh, EU closed. See if direction is decided. We're the only market open right now. What talking about BBBY merging? Or what merger with GME? Oh yeah. No, that's just speculation. And everything leads to that not being reality, even from Ryan Cohen himself. Well, whether GME is going to make an acquisition of their companies is different than it being BBBY. I don't think it'll be BBBY. They did talk about doing that in the earnings call, potentially acquiring. So I think that could happen, but um, I think it would be. I don't think it would be BBBY, just based on what Ryan Cohen said. So SPY bounce here on VWAP. Maybe Newegg would be an acquisition. Maybe Funko. I did read an article about GME getting acquired even by like an Amazon or something. Which might not be the worst thing, honestly. I got a nice high valuation. Um, I would that force shorts to close also? I don't know. I don't know if that would do anything. But Superstock probably wouldn't like that. Newegg, new highs just broke out again. Newegg has oftentimes run with or before GME. I mean, a lot of these, yeah. The Maginot line? Ten-year yuan. Oh, the yen swap. 10-year Japanese bond yield. Newegg. 34%. Whoa. Pop, pop. Up to $2. Didn't want to chase this. I already have like enough speculative stuff. I've not heard of that Maginot line. Yeah, that I like that about Neg also. Except for when Neg runs way more than GME. Spy wanting to break VWAP here. Okay, finally my cover calls are actually a tiny bit profitable. They're gonna make me wait until end of day. Oh, bouncing. GME just holding that melt up. GME's melting up on this. On nothing. Time to start looking at the old option strat. Bullish. Feb thirds. Yeah, I could do Feb 3. That's probably smart. Or even Feb 10. Bullish or very bullish? How about very bullish? 2234. Giving that 34 for a ceiling. That's actually not bad. I like that. I might do some of those. So the 22s, 130% IV. We're looking at 34s. 34 is 170%. Nice is, well, spreads aren't crazy wide. I'm gonna put an order for 2 of these at the bid. Sit on it for a bit. All right, I have an order for 2234 call debit spread. Like, there's not a whole lot of premium you're receiving to short the 34, but it's still something. And yeah. BBBY just melting up. Really tight range up here. Yeah, I'm bearish. I want to short. We got the hourly, got the red under the 9. Bearish MACD. Need to find a good opportunity to short. Maybe right now. Too bad I didn't hold my one from back here. Oh, there, now it flushed. Dang it. I missed it. Power, why? What's going on? Oh, because it's natural gas contract. Okay, BBY is coming down. Oh, Newegg keeps going. Kind of at that resistance over here. Oh, I missed that. I literally tried to enter short there, but margin. Well, Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a soft level, but it does have a little something here. Kind of right where it's at. But yeah, that's true. It is kind of choppy to like 240. Then a gap fill. Then 3-1. I'm out of net gas. So now I can enter this one. Got another runner. Never seen this one. What is this? Oh, pharmaceutical. False break on VWAP. Jeez, new egg. $3 million float. More than 4 million all-electric vehicles were sold in China in 2022. 5 times more than sold in the US. That's crazy. There's hardly any sold here. Alright, let's make a move back up here. Let me get another entry. Yeah, neg is just one of those spazzy hype ones that have run with small caps and um highly shorted, one of the highly shorted stocks. And it's possibly part of some sort of basket swap. It has had charts that have lined up with some of the other ones. So yeah, and it does sometimes align with GME, how it runs before. So this could be a precursor to GME run. I mean, a lot of stuff setting up for GME. And now, new egg. Yeah. Yeah, 80, well, it hit 80 bucks 2021. Then it traded more naturally to 103, 2014. As natural as that is. It IPO'd at 107, 2010. After the frothy rally after 2008. Now the market's rallying up. Guess I would have gotten stopped out there. Anyways. Fully expect to get punished. I'm assuming next week's? Would you get dailies? Oh, 120? Oh. Just good consolidation day. JP Morgan says a mild recession in the US is now the central case. Before, I think it was the base case. Change it to central. Did you close your apron? GME moving back down to VWAP. Bed Bath is below VWAP. See if it comes back down. Test this support. Oh, now natural gas makes its move. I'm an idiot. Okay, I made a little profit on it. I don't know why my margin is funny right now. Oh, because I bought these shares of Hellbiz and Carvana. That didn't help. What about SoFi? Is that thing not moved yet? Got shares of this thing. Yeah, it's had its move. Similar to the others. Maybe a big pop on it would be nice. Let's see. All right, got a little food to eat. I have an order to open a short right here. I should probably cancel. I don't like it being right above VWAP. SoFi, yep. You had weeklies? Oh, there it is. Dang it. See. And it's going. Whoa. 39. Volatile. It hasn't. Yeah, someone was bringing this up in chat yesterday. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna wait for the momentum to turn around. I think the borrow fee went down on it too, didn't it? That's what he was saying. I got a little food here. I didn't do very well. I mean, I made some on it, I think.
We
I think
worried
you
about recession.
probably did the best
What
of
are we
anybody.
missing for 2023?
I mean, I don't think we're missing anything, but we're starting to see the cracks form in the economy in response to the Fed's sharp tightening over the past year. It takes a while for those impacts to flow through. And I don't think it's surprising that you see a housing sector that's in recession. You're seeing contractionary readings from both manufacturing and from services in recent months. And that tells us that businesses are going to start to cut back, and eventually that leads to some job losses and some cutbacks on the consumer spending side. I think what we're missing was we thought this would happen overnight. Over the course of 2022, we really thought we were going into a recession. It's going to happen very quickly. And as history has shown, it takes a while to get there. And that's really how this is playing out. That it's taking a little longer to get there. The last shoe to drop is really the labor market. The labor market continues to support growth and support consumer spending. We're expecting some, solid, maybe not great numbers in the first half of 2023. But as we get towards the second half, I'm very concerned about a potential recession.
Ben Ayers.
Just trying to cut him off the whole time.
Thank you both very much. Thanks for being with me. Keep it right here. Fast Market is next.
That was funny. You just hear it quietly in the background? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. All right, I got into that short. Looks like it's bouncing, but that's all right. I'll hold through.
Got a great show lineup for you today, including discussions and option strategies in Tesla after the company lowered prices across its EVs, and Goldman Sachs ahead of earnings Tuesday morning. And like Folio will break down consumer sentiment data on Shopify, which is down over 65% over the last year. Now, 2.5 hours into the trading day, stocks are mixed to slightly lower and off of session lows after data showing a drop in inflation expectations tempered concerns about disappointing outlooks from big banks. Stocks are still headed for a winning week with the NASDAQ on pace for its best weekly performance since November, and the University of Michigan said its consumer sentiment index rose for a second month in a row, which is also supporting the equity bounce. Now let's take a look at the major indices. which, as I mentioned, are off session lows. The S&P 500 down about 0.25%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average basically flat. NASDAQ 100 leading to the downside, down nearly 0.4%. And the Russell 2000, the small caps, which have been outperforming this week, are also relatively flat, up just slightly on the day. To help me break down this market action, let's bring in my co-host for the day, and that's going to be Nick Theodorakos, Financial Risk Management Director at TD Ameritrade. Nick, we're weak coming into the day. Some of the big banks have some mixed earnings, but that consumer sentiment data point kind of gave us a bounce here off of lows.
Yeah, it did. It was, a little bit nice to see some confirmation from yesterday's numbers, and you see signs of inflation easing. You see the consumer relatively strong again, first uptick in a while. So that's pretty good, right? We saw small business index earlier in the week, a little bit more positivity there. I think the whole thing is shaping up. We talked a little bit yesterday about the potential for a soft landing. I think people are starting to feel like that could be the case. We heard out of some of the banks this morning, right? Like soft recession. Jamie Dimon says a mild recession. So recession, but the market's digesting that, and now it feels at the current moment like it might be not the worst recession in the world. No,
yeah.
All right. You also saw really positive information out of England, unexpectedly strong GDP there. Some attributed that to the World Cup, and maybe a further slip, but really unlikely now that they slip into recession in the next quarter because there was actually positive growth there. So I think interesting, right, and positive from an actual real world perspective, a little scary from a Fed perspective, right? Because I think everybody's expecting now, hey, they're going to ease back, they're going to go 25, they're going to ultimately get to zero in the next couple of meetings. Is that going to happen, though, if consumer sentiment's strong, if GDP is still positive? Are they going to see enough? I think that's the push and pull that we continue to see. Right now, markets are, interpreting that pretty darn well, right? We're basically back to flat on the day here and shook off a little bit of a bumpy start from earnings. And then, again, I know we're getting into earnings in a minute, but even when you look at those earnings, they weren't bad earnings. They were just, market was hoping for more out of the banks. The banks have all rallied pretty strong recently because of the rate hikes, and I think they're hoping for a bit more. But, top and bottom line, revenue, EPS beats for most of them. So no terrible news here. And I think it's just sort of, when's that horrible recession going to come? Markets say, not right now, so we're okay.
Yeah, the probabilities for that soft landing are really starting to ramp up. We're seeing that reflected in the equity markets this week. But one area of the market, Nick, that's been doing well, bouncing back as interest rates have slid, have been the home builders. They're up about, on aggregate as a sector, up about 10% so far this month. Let's bring in Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here on the network. There were some downgrades today in here, Jenny. These stocks have been doing well since the start of the year. We're seeing that break in interest rates. But one of the analysts out there doesn't like a few of these names in the home builder space.
Yeah, the RBC Capital analyst is the analyst who downgraded several of these home builders today, those being Lennar, D.R. Horton, as well as KB Home. But a bit of a mixed picture here, as the housing market is obviously just more complicated than these three home builders. But he did trim his rating on Lennar to sector perform from underperform, reducing his price target to $76 a share. Also downgrading D.R. Horton to underperform from sector perform, now raising its price target on that name to $76 a share. And lastly, to downgrade KB Home to sector perform with a $34 price target. All three of these price targets do reflect downside in each respective stock's price, given where they're currently trading. And the analyst said demand pressure for U.S. home builders will be deeper for longer, with home prices falling through 2023 and a slow recovery likely through 2024. He believes downside risks include a disappointing spring selling season, weaker margins, pricing power, or inflationary headwinds, a recession, of course, and rates remaining elevated for longer or moving higher again, possibly. He wants to see a pullback in shares and more visibility in the fundamentals before becoming positive again. Now, speaking to some of these macro headwinds, we do know that home prices did hit an all-time high in June. Mortgage rates touched a 21-year high in October, and home builder confidence and housing affordability did drop to their lowest lowest levels since 2012. And we also saw home sales fall 35% in the month of November. So pretty negative economic reads in the housing space. But I wanted to, zoom out here a little bit and look at the rest of the analyst coverage on these names because it's still fairly positive. If you look at Lennar, it does still have an average rating that leans bullish. It has no sells. Its average price target is around $102 a share. This does imply some upside from current levels. KB Home also no sells. DR Horton no sells. But DR Horton is the only name of the bunch that its average price target among analysts at around $88 a share is actually.
Excuse me. BBBY moving up a little bit with the market, hanging out right around VWAP. Very nice. I did maybe rush into a short here, but I was thinking if it's going to consolidate and then break VWAP, just get it at the top of one of these candles, that'll be good. Yeah, I like that. I like holding that. We've got my indicators on the hourly time frame, which is long enough for me to do an overnight. Neg is on a tear, man. $55%. Market's moving up here. Dude, the 5.5 calls dailies on BBBY are holding their value so well. This has been 2 hours of theta decay on a daily. Wait a minute. Yeah, there's a daily. I mean, I didn't get a great entry, but it wasn't bad. My son made a bagel for me. He put so much cream cheese on it. It's disgusting. I had to wipe half of it off. More than half. But I ate the first slice just with all of it because I actually like a lot of cream cheese. But then I just felt gross. So I wiped the next one pretty much off. Close out your 3.5 cash here puts. Nice. Just farming that BBBY. Squeezing it for all it's worth. That's good. Get 3.5 from yesterday. Yeah, I guess the ones I've been holding for months, they're on my long-term account, so it's not like money I really want to trade with at all. So that's, I guess, one reason why I haven't just closed them and re-entered and just kind of done more scalping like you're doing. That's why I've been just like waiting for an exit and then just planning to exit with that capital and not getting back into Bed Bath with that money. Wait, AC, you have a huge amount of shares of Bed Bath, don't you? Or you're just swinging short puts around? Excuse me, market's moving up. Drinking orange juice, so yeah, phlegm. Hopefully not past that resistance, but we'll see. 20,000 shares, and then you're also doing the cash secured puts? I see. You just do like one play at a time? I mean, like, is that where all your capital is that you're investing with or trading with? That's cool. Those are covered calls. Well, there's a pop on the market, dang it. I'm up to another good short opportunity that I should have waited for. What's your strike? What's your cover call? Are they? I think I remember. I don't know. Yours are for next week, right? Your cover calls. Yeah, cash on hand. Cash balance is always a good position to have some in. Oh, that's right. You've been rolling those for a while. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was you and someone else on Discord that opened those up like beginning of the week, huh? I mean, it's hindsight now, but I was like, you guys open those up, I was like, oh man, it seems early because I don't know, the vol. Everything looked like we're gonna have at least a 2-day rally on it, 1 or 2 day, like 2-day. I think you guys opened them up here, which yeah, Monday. That was after Nighthawk was doing all his island formations. Monday or Tuesday even. I remember when you guys opened those. I just kind of expected at least a move kind of back to back up to here. And then if it broke here, I thought a move maybe back up to that what was it? I think 4. Yeah, 4 was like pretty bullish case for me. But I thought first here, and if it breaks here, then 3. Then kind of back up to that median 4. And now that we're at 4.7, I'm thinking, I mean, it's almost hit it, but yeah, 6. 6 and 7. And 10 might be the top of this run. But you're more long-term bullish on it, so I don't know. No, I didn't average in at all. I had way too much already in it. I had more invested in BBBY than GME. For definitely in the last like 2 weeks, but maybe even since here. Because that point had a lot of cash waiting for GME, and BBBY just I didn't have much exposure for this round. I had some, but then this came around. I just saw the premiums on those puts and shorted the puts, so I went heavy. Looking back, it just was like looked greedy, but it seemed relatively safe. Just that news. It definitely would have been safe without that news. Would have been a nice little premium scalp. Egg hanging out at 50%. Nice, Eli. No idea. Patience got me. But looking at the longer, on the hourly chart, I'm more, I'll start to look at a bull flag down here. I am more bearish though. All right. SPY's getting near the highs again. Bed Bath hasn't moved with it. GME is still pretty dead, but not selling off. That short's down 337, not crazy. I don't think that's public. Chat GPT. Yeah, I think it's still a private company. All right, SPY at those highs. These cover calls are just barely eking out theta. Okay, so I put an order to buy those cover calls back at the minimum. I don't have to think about it by end of day. It'll just fill. If it's above that, I'll just roll. Ken Griffin has urged Mayor Eric Adams to make stopping New York City crime a top priority. Musk, Tesla judge inclined to reject request to move fraud trial. We can navigate to a soft landing. Oh, I didn't know Yellen was speaking. Treasury to use extraordinary measures on debt limit. We can navigate to a soft landing for U.S. economy. Looks like SPY is rejecting that line for now. Yeah, I think BBBY could be in the double digits. Oh man. I'm going to be very slow to do cover calls on any of my shares on here. And I'm going to hold. If it's over 8, yeah, that'll realize another 7,800 next week on my short puts. Subscriber to it? No, I haven't been. No, not until more of the data sets that we're seeing haven't looked so grim. Soft landing, I mean, that's seems like they're only pulling that from just a few different points of data, where overall it seems like there's just way more that is lined up for a bad recession or depression. Would like a little engulfing candle here. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Do it, do it, do it, do it. 1 second. Nice, got it. Like Newegg is coming back down a bit. And now it's moving back up. Oh yeah, look at that rally. I don't want to see a new high. Come on. What? Yes.
More neutral to bullish. I like the fact that you sent us a couple different ways to play this based on what somebody's assumption might be. But go ahead and
Dollars dropping.
The first one.
Is that contributing to this rally?
This thing's all over the map in terms of analyst and then positioning. The first one is looking at just kind of
there you go.
and saying, okay, look, if you believe, and one of the reasons that I even put this trade together is because I'm looking at some of the short-term momentum in Tesla. And even though the stock's down 65%, in a year, on the short term, it's actually showing some pretty healthy momentum to the upside. So the first trade is looking at.
I know this chart looks so bearish.
And this would actually be in the earnings.
Concerns me with my
Jan 27th with earnings
short on the market.
25th. Right now, you can sell that $100 put, which is $20 below where we're currently trading right now. You can take it up.
Maybe it'll bounce down here.
While that might not sound like a lot, the bottom line is $1.50 to $1.70.
It bouncing down here would probably be that 400 level on SPY.
The bottom line is for a 2-week trade,
for the reversal,
you have the ability to take in about 1.5%. And at the same time, if the stock does fall back to that same level where it caught a nice little bounce over the last couple of weeks, that $100 level, you could have the opportunity to potentially buy it. Now, the risk is, right, that it continues to drop severely below $100, and then it moves down considerably more than that, then you're owning 100 shares at $100. But if you are somebody that's been waiting for an opportunity, and you've seen all the pain that Tesla has, and you think that, hey, this news today is actually a fairly constructive news in terms of the longer term prospect, it's an opportunity for you potentially to buy those shares at about $20 cheaper than where they're trading right now on a 2-week trade.
Yeah, let's walk through that one real quick. January 27th weekly, you'll capture that earnings event on the 25th. Selling the 100 strike put for $1.70, that's about $20 out of the money. You mentioned that takes your, if you collect 170, that's what you can make on this, or if it goes below that 100 strike, you're forced to buy the shares. You're paying basically $98.30, so you get it at about a 19% discount to the current share price. On that one, your risk is about $9,800 on this.
GME getting a little bit bounce from that.
If it went to zero, so good look at a cash secured put here. And then you've got one more for us here, Joe, real quick on a little bit more bearish, but you're not risking a ton.
Yeah, and that's just a put calendar. You're looking at this from a 1-week standpoint. You're selling the 20s expiration. You're buying the 27th. So once again, you are participating in that earnings event. If you do this and you're looking at along the strikes of around the 110, it still gives you about a $10 cushion to the downside. This is a position that's looking for a move down. Maybe kind of failing this rally that we've had over the last couple of days, because like I said, even though the longer term trend is still bearish for Tesla, in the short term you've seen a bounce kind of into that bearish longer
term. And engulfing to that side.
This is not an investment opportunity. This is more of a trade. It's looking at doing that put calendar for around 290. What that basically does is it gives you some discount from owning that longer term 27 put by selling that 20 expiration put. I'm taking a good chunk out of the cost that I can pay for owning that longer term put if I believe that, hey, there's a real potential for some negative earnings to come out, and that could push this name down. I'm kind of decreasing the cost of me buying that Jan 27 put. So really two different ways to look at it. If you're bullish or if you're bearish, this is more of a bearish trade.
Yeah, let's walk through this example here. Buying the January 27th weeklies, there you'll capture that earnings event. So, historically we see implied volatility remain elevated, and you're buying volatility on that. Buying the 110 strike put, selling the January 20th monthly 110 strike put, paying roughly about $2.90 debit. But I think the key here, Joe, is, it's a directional trade because you put it at the 110 strike, so you're expecting
kind of
maybe
rejecting that level
lower over the next 2 weeks.
Dollar popping back up.
A range of about 105 to about 116 for this to be profitable.
Blackberry, that's another one. I just accidentally typed it in.
But this is a good look at a low-cost way.
This one hasn't moved much yet.
That's going to be your risk on this trade, to take that bearish tint. Now, if you're more bullish, maybe you do a call calendar to the upside. But this is, as Joe mentioned, not an investment. This is a trade example that we're showing you just to kind of get a good basis on different strategies that you can use based on what your assumption is. But a good look at two different ways to look at Tesla based on what your assumption might be on that stock. All right. Good look at a couple of example trades there with
might grab some
Joe
shares
Mazzola. He's the director of trading and education.
I'm on buying power in this account.
Joining us to help break down
that gas is at the lows.
Example trades. But coming up after the break, Nick and I are going to be joined by Megan Brantley from Likefolio for a discussion on.
Yeah, I'll save my capital for GME. Woo. You guys think the dollar's gonna keep dropping, huh? It doesn't always inverse. Oh, it's dropping more there. Going across the daily. Oh yeah, were you mentioning that before? Someone was mentioning that. That happened over a month ago. You did dividend? Crazy. Yeah, longer term, that's true. But could be false. Could come down and retest. Could break back through. Yeah, BBY is looking good. Nice consolidation. Yeah, it's only down 9% and holding VWAP, so it's actually even more bullish, stronger, holding stronger today than I would have imagined. How it's holding today and how it closes today, if it's this strong, I'm more bullish on it. I'm thinking we more likely could see double digits in the next couple weeks. I mean, it's just showing how much buying has to be done on this thing. It can't get pushed down even with all the profit taking, and yeah, I mean it's crazy for having a 350% move in a week, and then the one red day is only down 9%. When the other speculative ones are down like 10-15%, they've only moved up maybe 50%. Is it 200 and the 50? Mm-hmm. Yeah, calls are cheap on those type of plays. GME also very strong with low volume. It's looking more like a longer sustained rally on GME and not one of our 2-3 day rips. So a longer sustained rally could bring us back up into the higher ranges, I would imagine. Maybe even 40s. Jeez. I'll sell everything and buy it. Double your money from here. Just with shares. That ain't bad. But that being said, I mean, BBBY, you've already 350%ed your money, and a move to 10 would be more than double your money. So GME is still stuck in a range of some sort if we're even at 40. You know, until it's 50, 55, until it's getting insane, your gains are capped. But that's what options do. Give you leverage on that. So SPY's rejecting that. The dollar bounce on that. No, dollar's still coming down.
Interesting, Megan, with the
Shopify
consumer confidence up, and to sort of see this data pile onto that. What are you seeing in terms of the merchant visits? Is there a trend there in terms of who's looking at listing there? And you go to Amazon nowadays. I guess my question really is, you go to Amazon and it feels like much more of a mess in terms of consumer experience than it used to.
Yes.
It seems like Shopify is a bit more focused. Are you seeing a trend in who's looking to to work with Spotify? With Shopify.
Yeah, no, I feel you. So whenever we look at Shopify, we're seeing a lot of traction with these small and medium-sized businesses. This is Shopify's real bread and butter. And so these are these businesses that, you know, maybe they don't want to have to go through a middleman like an Amazon.
Are you getting like
Maybe
leaps
they
on
don't wanna
the
sell
UDN?
on Amazon's platform. They want consumers to come directly to them, and that's really where Shopify steps in and where Shopify is doing a really good job. And I think that's why we see Amazon starting to realize, you know, hey, you know, maybe we've neglected these smaller sellers that Shopify has really been able to propel.
Look at that.
And
That's crazy.
The scatter chart, I think,
Wow,
shows
Etsy.
how Shopify is outperforming and why Amazon, you know, sees Shopify as a threat, because you see this positioning in the top right corner. And what this tells us is that from a consumer demand perspective, Shopify is growing the most, or it's gaining the most momentum right now. It's the furthest to the right. And then from a consumer happiness perspective, you see that on the y-axis, you know, it's the closest to the top. Its happiness levels are near 80% positive. So consumers
That's
who
the
use
happiness
Shopify
report
report a really good experience. And I think a
Where's
lot of this
Etsy
is
that-
because Shopify,
that high?
you know, its offerings are less fragmented than some of these other competitors that you
Oh, I
might
missed
see
it.
here on the chart. You know, they're a one-stop shop, whether you're building
Spy's
an
coming down here.
e-commerce website, whether you're talking about payments, or whether you're talking about actual
I've looked at
fulfillment.
Shopify, it was
And they're
confusing.
really
I looked at it for
investing
just
in this fulfillment and other
using it
different
for,
services
fulfillment,
for
I think.
merchants. And another
I didn't
service
understand
that
what it
they
was.
launched
It was
recently
weird.
that we're starting to see some traction with is Shopify Collab, which
That's
is,
why the market
you know,
cap on here is so
hooking up some
crazy.
merchants
16
with
billion.
influencers
Oh,
to
wait.
try to, you know, increase
Yeah,
this
16
social
billion.
presence. So, you know, we like the moves that Shopify is making right now, and we're definitely starting to see some traction. But you know,
Dude,
it's
their
always
revenues
important to
are
keep an eye on
silly.
Amazon. You know, it's never good
Not
to
even
feel
a-
like
that's
Amazon
half a
has
billion.
its target set on you for sure.
Yeah, and you know,
That must have
you
a
know,
high
this might
PE.
be,
They're losing a lot of
entire
money.
e-commerce
What the
story
heck?
here at this point, because Amazon was down 45% last year, and
How
you
does
know,
this
they
one- what's
had
the
a
PE
couple
multiple on
Prime
this?
days, they were doing well.
This doesn't make
But
GME look overpriced
the
at
chart
all.
that gets me is you know, your full company consumer mentions versus the stock price. The divergence there is just, you know, the widest it's been, Megan. Is this, when you look at this and based on your data, are you guys saying, okay, this has got to be a buy here? Because, you know, the stock is just underperforming.
Oh, position for June. Nice.
Yeah, this is
Puts on
definitely, you know, this is kind of
Is that
why
a
we
joke?
wanted to bring it up, because
Pepsi.
it's one of those situations
Actually, we're
when
talking
we
about puts
see
on Pepsi.
Shopify capping off a pretty
Ooh.
strong quarter. We saw a really nice Cyber Monday
Yes.
out of people and its merchants who are talking about Shopify. So it's always nice when we see that building consumer
Like
momentum,
that rounding
even
top,
into
kind of
the
little head and
current
shoulders
quarter.
in here, a couple.
And you can see that continuing to rise. You know, we haven't really plateaued
Momentum
off of
indicators
the,
are pointing
the Christmas
down.
high yet. So I
But
think this
still, are
is
you
one
expecting
that
a big
we're
move?
definitely continuing to monitor. But from an earnings scores perspective, you know, Shopify won't report earnings, I believe, until February. But you know, right now we've already crossed into that bullish threshold.
earnings
If we
coming up.
were to, you know,
Don't
look
they?
at this on a short-term and a long-term perspective, both of our signals are bullish.
Bullish on Shopify, so maybe some opportunity there. Consumers still out there spending, so we'll have to wait and see on that. But great data.
What's
as
your thesis
always,
on
Megan.
puts on
Appreciate
Pepsi?
it.
Thanks, Megan.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Megan Brantley, Vice
How
President.
could you do that to
Research
my
at
Frito-Lay?
Folio. Well, Nick,
Yeah,
there's
BB.
a story you heard from Megan. You know,
BB, I've actually thought about
data
getting
looks
shares.
positive. They've got all these consumer
Or calls, I
sentiment,
guess.
you know, pivot
It's
or
just
points
kind of-
here. How do you like looking at Shopify? Because
that's
I looked at
today's.
some of the analyst ratings on this, and they just said that maybe this is a second
Yeah.
half of 2023
Yeah, there's some liquidity in there. You
story,
could do
but
calls.
Right now, it's you know, the half.
Yeah, I
and
liked
half
BB. It hasn't really
as
had a
far
move yet,
as
like the
consumer
other
spend
ones.
goes.
Well, and marketing is down, so I think it's really
Yeah,
interesting
post, I
to
wanna
see
see
the
it.
divergence, right? Digital marketing in general.
Oh, you're
is
talking
just-
long term.
Spend is down, right? People are, we talked about this.
I
a
mean,
lot
the daily
before.
looks like a nice bearish setup.
Jobs and you see all this stuff. Kind of people are
Yeah, so
tightening
does the weekly.
the belts in the wallet. So I agree. I think it's going to be interesting to see if this data translates into it. Unlike Joe Mazzola,
They have a dividend though, right?
I didn't bring you several trades.
Yeah,
sometimes.
wouldn't this one be
Right.
more
So
considered
I
like
think
value?
The data that Megan showed is just so
mean,
overwhelmingly
is the
positive.
rotation
I
into
think
value
that sort of dot plot that
over?
you see of how strong the sentiment
Scared
is
money
and
goes
the
to value,
intent
and
there
then
is, I think really, you know,
everything goes
skewed
down,
by
though.
trade. So try to bring
Value
something
goes
that kind of
down.
looks at that. Megan's right,
I guess its value's had its
earnings are in
run.
February,
Now
so what
it's
I've
time for it
done
to
is
come
I've
down
looked at
also.
a February monthly
I could see
option.
that.
This
All right.
encompasses the earnings
COVID,
cycle.
yeah.
And typically, you know, you're looking at selling earnings vol, right? We kind of talk about selling earnings vol because it's expensive, but we're still a long ways out from that. We're middle of February. We're
Commodity
about 4 weeks
crunch.
out. So What we're looking at is buying a Feb monthly 45 call, so buying an upside call, and then selling a short-term option.
$4 calls.
There's expiration
BB?
today. We're looking at
Next
this
week?
on a Friday with a long
What
weekend.
kind of date, man?
It's a little bit enticing to say, oh, we got a 3-day weekend. But there's really not much there, right? These options expire in a couple of hours. So I went out to next week and I looked at selling the 40 call against that. We talked about a put spread earlier in the week that's kind of like this. So it's kind of an interesting looking risk chart, because what you're doing here, you're paying a debit because you're going out, pretty far in time, over a month out in time. And
there's such complex options.
But you're really short a vertical. So you're short the 40-45 vertical call spread. So you have risk first, right? When you get to 40, you have risk there until you get to 45. So you're short the 40-45 vertical. But it's about an 8% move to $40 on the upside, by next week, right? If you don't hit that 40 strike next week, which is the hope here, right? Then you have up to 5 times to roll that, and you could ultimately end up verticalizing that in the February monthly, which is the earnings.
I'm saving capital for GME, but BB does look nice.
Buying something.
It's like a lagger.
You get some long vega out of this, obviously, but that vol's likely to hold up going into their earnings. If the sentiment changes between now and then, if you feel like you're not interested in being long in this,
I've been watching this one a little bit.
Great.
Hopping right now.
The intent here is to ultimately
another squeezy one.
Trade this as a roll a couple of times, leg yourself into a pretty cheap upside call, if not a a free call out in that earnings month, and then you're taking the idea is to get a cheaper upside earnings shot here if we see what Megan's kind of talking about come to fruition.
Quite a bit of open interest, really.
Break this down. Buying the February monthly 45 strike call; those expire in 35 days, and then against it, sell the January.
I don't like options on like penny stocks,
Friday, 7 days away. The 40 strike, right? You're paying a debit of around 57 cents. Your entire risk, 57 cents on the downside, below about that break even you're seeing there, just above 37.
Next week, yeah, it might. It looks pretty good.
You've got that short component in there, the $5 wide call.
Market's moving back up.
Into this diagonal,
not even making it to VWAP yet.
You've got risk of about $550 to the upside, and that's going to be far above the 45 strike at this point. Now, the idea of this type of trade is, as Nick mentioned, as you get closer to January expiration in 7 days, that you get to the ability to
Smile Direct might keep going too.
That short position,
and Blue Apron,
collecting credits, which reduces your risk, increases potential profitability, and increases your break-even points.
You're hyped on that BBBY play, huh? Or BB play.
To roll that short option multiple times, which the goal is on this type of trade, but you want it to kind of
isn't that crazy? I missed your guys' comments back there.
And you're using that near-term short option that you sold to kind of
what's the PE ratio on there?
Purchase of that longer-dated option that's going to capture those earnings, which are
wow, that's held up that good.
February. But
it says it's 43. Depends on how you value it or evaluate it. Wow. It's probably testing the highs again.
You think maybe your assumption might be that it grinds up towards
that 48 as of January.
All right. Let's take a quick break here, and coming up after that break, we're going to take a look at moves in Goldman Sachs, which is down today on the back of bank earnings this morning, but they report earnings on Tuesday morning. Fast Market's coming right back.
Yeah, their revenue is half of what GME is, and their market cap 10 billion more. It's more than double.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, TD Ameritrade offers
definitely losing money.
Right for
it's crazy.
Are you a long-term investor?
There's still some meat left on those growth stocks. This thing's taking a huge haircut, but I think it's got a little more trimming up to do around the ears.
With an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand.
Puts on Etsy.
Head over to tdameritrade.com/webcasts and start learning today.
Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade is more than a trading platform.
Sorry, guys, I did not realize we're listening to ads. I'd much rather listen to Yaz. See what I did there? Yeah. Egg looks like it's holding up. Found support, bounced. Oh, nat gas broke the support. Could have stayed in it. If I did, then I wouldn't have been able to lose money on my ES futures. So, it's a lose-lose, I guess. Sing you some yes? Let's see, how do you sing yes? I mean, there's like Frank Sinatra yes. I guess you could sing. And if it's rejecting it again. Hello, style? I'm not familiar. Internet's going again. It's got room till 50 cents probably. Options are silly. Oh, Fitzgerald. Okay. What's the Russell doing? Yeah, it's just those select few kind of shorted stocks, it seems like. It's not a whole push on the small caps today as much. This is like perfect consolidation around VWAP. Getting tighter and tighter too. Might have a breakout even before end of day. Breaking up or breaking down. But yeah, you can see just lower highs, higher lows. Funneling into VWAP. SPY's kind of doing that, but it's above it. Not really though, it's really just range bound.
On next week, because if we can get the indices below that, or I'm sorry, TNX below that D low, in theory we could see the indices up above that D high again. Just a reminder,
so high today on
4,100 is where that is for the SPX.
Yeah, definitely. You know, those contributing factors, I think, to the equity
BBBY
market. You got to keep
carry.
an eye on those asset classes.
This is like the most easy thing to hold.
All right. Great stuff, as always, from Ben Lichtenstein, the host of the Future Show here on the network. But now let's get into a discussion about Goldman Sachs. They're down about 8% from year ago
incredible
levels.
buying pressure that's holding it up.
We're actually positive now. Yeah. It's kind of shaken off that bad bank news, just like JP Morgan's up $5 from its lows in the session.
I don't think it'll necessarily break down.
But the thing that concerns me about Goldman versus the money center banks like Citigroup, Bank of America, and JP Morgan is the fact that they rely on IPOs. They rely on M&A activity. That
this is interesting what he's saying.
Up. Yeah. And then you look at the trading side or investment management side, they've been weak the past couple quarters.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously have the interest rate buoy like everybody else, but not to the same extent, to your point. And you know, I think that'll help the bond trading for sure. We are seeing, you know, upticks across the industry in bond trading, but all those big money makers for them, all of the sort of, you know, hand-holding deals that they do have been so quiet, you know, with so much, you know, just stock market depreciation and really people not wanting to jump into that, to that private equity and investment kind of space like this. It's tough. I worry this bounce in JP Morgan today. If you look at that chart, it's a $10 move intraday since the market opened. It's an 8% move in JP Morgan. Like that's a big market cap mover here.
On mediocre earnings.
But not terrible. They were down pretty hard on what looked like decent earnings. I just don't know that Goldman's going to have that kind of offsetting good news. It's bad news with a good news tilt.
Yeah,
with
we've seen there's kind of
the other
interesting
banks have had. So I'm with you. It's also going to be fascinating to see. They do tend to be higher levered. They do tend to have riskier
I think
deals
that's one of the
out
reasons
there
the banks
with less
earnings
kind of that broad.
Have not been as good. All their little piggy bank side incomes of IPOs and stuff have dried up in the last year, really. But as the economy continues to tighten, they make money with interest rates, but all the other ways that a hot economy helps banks is gone.
So let's get into this example trade I came up with. This is based on implied volatility being elevated going into this report. Now the stocks moved up since I looked at this. So this price would maybe be different, but this is just an example of types of strategies you can use. So I looked at selling a short iron condor, but I skewed it a little bit, guys, here, where I'm going to sell a $5 wide out of the money call vertical against selling a $2.50 wide short put vertical, creating a short neutral to slightly bearish iron condor here, selling the 375 strike
people
call
are watching
in January
CNBC,
that
they
expires
just
next week. Buying the 380, so short $5
are they
wide
opening
call
up these
vertical,
trades?
and then selling the January
iron condors and
352.5
crazy
put,
multi-leg
buying the
calendar
350
spreads.
put, $2.50 wide. You're collecting roughly about $1.80 for this example.
SPY's breaking
so
that
that's
high.
what you can make on it, what you sell the iron condor for. And if I collect 180, my break evens are 376.80 on the upside and 350.70 on the downside. Now that thing's trading over 230 right now, so you could collect more as the stocks move closer to that short 375 strike that we sold in this example. But you can see there, Nick, just real quick here, give me your take here, because
GME's moving up a little bit there.
Of less than $1 on the downside, about 70 bucks, but on the upside, you've got about $3.20 or 320 bucks risk.
It's a great lesson in real-time pricing. Right? Maybe your opinions change now that these other stocks have rallied back, and you can skew that the other way if you wanted to. I'm always a fan. I bring some of these trades like this. You widen out one side of it if you have a bit of a directional bias, because you increase the overall credit on the spread. And if you're worried about a directional move, in this case, you're worried about downside risk. You've shrunk that based on choosing closer together strikes while keeping the one side expanded and increase that credit.
Yeah, good look at an example trade. You do have some assignment risk over the next 7 days in those short options, but that's definitely a neutral type of strategy that you can use, and you can adjust the strikes based on where you think the stock's going to be, but taking advantage of the higher implied volatility with the expectation that it's going to fall after earnings. All right, that's going to do it for Nick and I today here.
Interesting. Eyes breaking to the upside. Big pop on SPY. Coming into 1 o'clock. Sometimes you get movements around the hours. Is this when EU's after hours closes? I think so. Let's see. I think so. Birds trying to. I hate it when Birds does that. Can't. Birds, how could you? This has actually been on a nice little uptrend ever since those insider buys. It's the first bullish news and looking kind of reversal we've seen on Birds. There's been other little blips, but I don't feel like much of it's been from actual news behind it. And I haven't heard of. They just filed for extensions on their share price is below $1. I feel like maybe a reverse split would be good. I've seen a lot of squeezes on reverse splits. Typically I wouldn't want a reverse split, but on birds, I feel like anything would help at this point. Since we're looking at a 30, I'm looking at like a $2,400, 2,400%, or yeah, 2,400% upside I need on that. Not sure if that'd come from a reverse split. Ironet moving up, new high on the day. Next level on here. Kind of a level right there. Gotta grab that support. The U.S. will hit the debt limit January 19th. Secretary Yellen has said as she pledged extraordinary measures to pay the nation's bills if lawmakers do not act to raise the limit. GME's just creeping up. I'm moving back up to that high. That was a high on the day, actually, right there. Oh, markets just keep melting up. Really? It wants to go green, doesn't it? That's the goal here. That's what it's shooting for.
But what I will say, though, is I think this is that dynamic that kind of drives me crazy amongst analysts and those who follow markets. It's this desire to get short or bearish names when they're getting crushed, and this desire to buy into the strength. Netflix has just doubled in price. Where have these analysts been? They were all selling it at 160. Now they want to buy it at 320. It drives me crazy, but we'll get some more on that towards the later half of the show. For now, let's start with upvote, downvote, not endorsements, not recommendations. And as promised, Jenny, a start here with a look at the financial situation, particularly in the big banks. where better to start than the biggest of them all, JP Morgan.
Right, and JP Morgan, of course, I always tune into this earnings call because Jamie Dimon, I always think, has so many good things to say, or perhaps negative things to say regarding the economy, which he did today, but always good insight from him. But JP Morgan did report fourth quarter profit that rose 6%, boosted by rising interest rates that sent its core lending income to a record high. The bank posted net income of $11 billion, or about $3.57 a share. This was up from $10.4 billion a year ago, and also did exceed the street's forecasts. Revenue rose 18%, as of course we saw higher interest rates benefit the big bank. But this increase even came as the bank warned it's preparing for now what expects
short
to
puts
be
on
a
GME
mild
or just
recession.
pick up shares.
They've set aside about $1.4 billion to handle potential worsening loan losses after releasing that rainy day fund at this time a year ago. But Jamie Dimon said in the release that the economy does remain strong today, though he cautioned that we do not still know the full effects of several headwinds like the war in Ukraine, as well as monetary tightening and high inflation. He did say consumer cash buffers are like to move back to where they were pre-pandemic, which is interesting.
The range is getting pretty tight on
in terms of
Bed Bath.
the company, they are still hiring. They're still in growth mode, although they can expect to see modest headcount growth stall a little bit here. So they actually are going a very different tone than some of the tech names we heard from this week and last. So they are not actually going to be laying off any of their employees. So that's obviously good news. But this name has been all over the place today. Right now, we're seeing some strength with it nearing its intraday highs, up about 2.5%. So market didn't initially know what to make of this report. Clearly now liking it, though, with we're seeing other banks also higher on the day in reaction to their earnings.
Yeah, I think this was a snap reaction in the pre-market trading. You obviously saw the shares of JP Morgan, some of the other banks dump on the results
this hourly look
released.
more and more like a bull flag.
But as maybe cooler heads prevailed, a further assessment or deeper dive into some of these figures, that sentiment has completely flipped upside down here, and you actually see these shares green on the session. And so, some days we question, is the overall market rallying and that's pulling up some of these names? Or is it the turnaround in a particular set of names or one particular name leading the market? Today, I would say the movement in the banks is leading the equity market. You saw, like I said, a dump in shares right when the news was came out. Equity futures fell in tandem. And now you have basically an unchanged market, incredibly back towards 4,000 in the S&P 500 here, Jenny.
Got some squeezy tickers out still.
For banks. So gonna say
up vote
for JP Morgan. Oftentimes we look at these names prior to their announcements, but we still have a few more banks to get through. There's still potential for surprise amongst the space, maybe leading a little bit of credence here, but also just this incredible turnaround I think makes it very interesting.
Yeah, I do think its intraday action has been one of the more interesting things to watch. As I was joking with Rick before the show today, outside of banks has been kind of boring, but our next name today, not boring. Lululemon shares are down about 1% on the day. Citigroup did lower its price target on the stock to $350 a share. From
maybe with the market a little
still
bit
applying
projecting
upside
that high.
From current levels around 312 is where it's currently trading. But this analyst did keep a neutral rating on the shares following its updated guidance, reducing his 2023 EPS estimates from $11.96 a share to $11.60, driven by their lower gross margin assumptions in the first half of 2023. He noted, however, that despite the gross margin miss, that Lululemon's holiday sales were still the best in retail during what was a very challenging season. So perhaps not all too negative here when you read through the note. There was still a hint of optimism, and Lululemon not really rallying at all with the overall market this week, still down about 3% for the week.
Yeah, and remember, Lulu came out and told us things weren't as good as they thought they were going to be. That sent the stock in somewhat of a downward spiral. But I think this analyst makes an interesting point, which is one of, hey, although things aren't as good as initially predicted or projected at
Look
Lulu,
at some percentages
they
on
can
GME.
still be a best-in-class company in an industry-wide
we're seeing stocks move
struggle.
50% in a
and
day,
so you look at
100%
this,
a
and
day.
you're stuck assessing the situation. If you're destined to be invested in this particular space, apparel, particularly athletic apparel, hard to find many other names that are have been as successful in navigating the markets and their particular product dynamics over the last few years. That being said, they literally just told us things aren't as good as they initially thought they were going to be. So kind of a double-edged sword. Going to say down vote, though. We've talked about Lulu quite a bit already in what's been a short few weeks here of 2023. So for the sake of keeping things fresh, you're going to say down vote.
And our next name speaks to a conversation we had yesterday regarding American Airlines, but our next focus is Delta Airlines, of course, after their fourth quarter earnings that were not too positive. The street
let's
not
get a
pleased.
big
Keep in
dump.
mind, this
Last
is a name that's
3
still
hours of the day.
6% for the weekend
Let's
within
test
a
these lows
strong
down here,
rally until today's numbers, obviously. Now, they reported fourth quarter adjusted operating revenue growth of 8% from pre-pandemic levels, and operating revenue on an adjusted basis that also totaled around $13.4 billion. This figure did beat consensus estimates. Their adjusted earnings did come above what the street had been expecting. Total passenger revenue was about $11 billion, a 6% increase from 2019 levels, and cargo revenue increased by 33%. Now, we also saw total operating expenses, which this is critical for the banks when looking at their balance sheet and assessing their recent debt. We saw these operating expenses increase by 19%, while adjusted net debt at the quarter end totaled $22 billion. They did also end the December quarter with about $3.5 billion in cash and cash equivalents. And we saw actually one metric I wanted to point out that I thought was interesting is adjusted fuel price at around $3.20 a gallon, jumped 61% from the fourth quarter of 2019. So go figure, we are seeing costs rising for this company. But outlook was really, I think, what sent the shares in a tumble today. We saw on a non-GAAP basis, they expect a total revenue to be up between 14 and 17%, well below consensus levels. Will they also see first quarter operating margin below what they had previously guided for? So it seems like all that mattered of this report really was all things guidance.
No doubt, and I think that this maybe is
not
confirmation
much else, though,
for
until
some of our
after that level.
speculation yesterday on the peculiar timing of the American Airlines kind of surprise early reassessment of their situation, and actually seems to be paying off. American Airlines actually green on the day. The other two major peers in Southwest and in United are sort of playing middle of the road, slightly lower on the session. Maybe have American Airlines to thank for painting more of a mixed picture, because had this Delta news existed in a vacuum, it's hard to imagine they would have been the only airline that's lower. Certainly, this appears to be now
it's been all on Jimmy calls.
Entirely clear whether this is going to be a sector-wide
you must
kind of
want to have a lot of weed after
more
this
Delta
run.
Specific, and I think American Airlines'
all
timely projection update from themselves
I don't know why you tagged me in that.
Murky,
am I like your
cloud
A
the skies just
sponsor
a little bit,
or something?
if you will. Gonna say
to be proud of you.
on this, though, again, we don't always look at names after earnings. Oftentimes we'll look at them before earnings. The news is out now. But with that, I think this is increasingly more interesting because we have kind of this dichotomy where the industry itself has all these things that we know have been going on. Fuel costs have gone up. There's been labor issues. There's been cancellations and weather problems. But now we have one saying things are going pretty okay, and the other one saying maybe we've struggled more than we thought we were going to struggle.
Taking profits on
and I think you made a really good
BBBY.
point yesterday when
People
looking at
American.
I think that this perhaps does cloud Americans' earnings now when they report in about 2 weeks, because Delta is obviously not showing necessarily the strongest sentiment. But our last name today is now AMC, a name we haven't discussed on this show in a while, and AMC has been all over the place today. It was up initially 2% when I was first looking at the story. Now just pretty much unchanged on the day. But Credit Suisse did reiterate AMC has underperformed and said it's standing by this rating due to a lack of consumer interest in returning to theaters, at least compared to pre-pandemic levels. The analysts continue to remain cautious regarding improvements in film supply as well as consumer behavior returning to anywhere close to normal. Before, of course, we saw lockdowns and the
pre-pandemic levels
of several movie theaters. But AMC, I mean, a name that the chart is absolutely out of control. It's down about 80% off its 52-week high, but having a nice week. Shares are up almost 30% for this week, then putting its year-to-date gain at about 22%.
No doubt. In the same way that I described digital assets and kind of the optimism that we've seen throughout the years, I've oftentimes associated them
just consolidating
with
up there.
low volatility.
What the heck?
So as times quiet
down
in the overall market, you find interest increase in things that are a little bit more speculative. We're always looking for things moving around. If you can go to the S&P
yeah, I'll mute him for a little bit. I won't talk about AMC. I'll leave it alone. Got a bad sentiment on BBY? What do you mean a bad sentiment? Just neg broke it. 73%. This thing's going to 32.10. It's doing it. I'm not playing it, but have fun. SDC back at its close to its high. Yep. SDC almost broke out there too. Iron net consolidating. Market looks like it wants to break out. The volume like on this today. 22 million. Been a while, man. Been almost a year. It's over your float. Your free float's 19 million. Okay, SPY's rejecting a little bit. Goldman Sachs may shed nearly 1,000 more workers. Oh yeah, you're right. GME dropping. Back to VWAP. Handling through it right now. That's kind of weird. It's the market's not really doing that. Same with BBBY. Interesting. Money moving over to Newegg and IronNet. See if it holds the support here from earlier today, 420. Otherwise, I could see it maybe filling this gap, even this 350 gap. Wouldn't be bad. RSI is just now starting to come down with this move down. See, it took all that consolidating and coming down to even get this to settle. 4 hours still kind of high. Get all of our time indicators chilled out would be good. Crush some IV, unfortunately, for those that are still trying to hold. Egg is hanging out above that breakout, which is good. Market looks like it's going to push down here now. Crime. All I see is crime. And now these cover calls are probably going to start working. Yeah, now the cover calls are up 80%. Just took that little flush. These went... I opened these up this morning. Let me show you guys how dailies work. If you're not familiar, especially when there's high IV. I opened those cover calls up this morning on this bounce right here. So... it dropped and it bounced right here. Still a lot of premium and stuff because volatility in the morning. Open them up here. When it was up here, these calls were down like 200%. So yeah, you zero date BBY call buyers. You could have done 200% if you time things like almost perfect. Just from this little move right here, which is insane. I think the spread is kind of wide too, but yeah, it was like 200%. And then all throughout here, it like came back down. Then it was like break even. And then I finally was up a tiny bit here. And then just this move right here, if you were holding through that, now you're down on it. Now you're down 80% on it. But the way it was holding up and consolidating there, it was not bringing the premiums down, which is Kind of interesting for 0 day, extremely high IV. I think there's like 4 digits on some of those. 4,000 or 1,000% on some of them. Okay, SPY, that's it. That's it. Just let it out. Neg cooling off. GME, let's see, we've got kind of a support back here at 20, of course. 1950. Let's just see how far down it brings it. This has helped me solidify my decision to wait till next week to go long. If there's anything that had a gap up, I would assume it would be BBBY based on news. For Tuesday. Russians. I don't think I have any anything expiring today on the long term. Stuff expiring today on the trading account on E-Trade. Carvana's halted? Oh no, to the downside? Wait, what? Did it get halted? E-Trade showed it halted. I think it halted somewhere in there. That's weird. Yeah. See today. Not just fully flushing, but I think we will at least make a move back to VWAP here. And I killed Neg's run. Iron Net's just at VWAP. SDC, super liquid. Or just, I don't know, any stock fever. TCAT, so many charts look just like this. Just this swoop, scoop in the last like 2 weeks. This one had a bigger move. Belb. Alright, coming back to that support on BBBY. I feel like it'll probably break it. The day is still pretty young. It's not even 1:30 yet. Now on SPY we've got, that's a bearish inverted hammer at a resistance, engulfing candle here. I've seen the move down from it. MACD might cross over. We've got 3.5 minutes for that to close. VWAP's pretty high though, so we'll see. If it breaks VWAP, SPY could make a bigger move down. I mean, the rebound this morning was pretty crazy. And SPY's bouncing there. Right at that support. Bouncing at that support. Let's see. I think pretty good SPY with some velocity to the downside would see this one break.
It's not a guarantee that that's going to happen, but
TA on some airlines.
Typically regarded as being the more likely outcome here. And then we broke through this area on the trend line, and it was up and away since there. We also were in the overbought area once again for the RSI. The RSI reading of above 70 is usually a sign of strength. We're dropping below that today, which is more of a bearish signal here. But we are holding on. We did not reach the 36 level here, which was a point that I had my eye on because it was the top of our range right here. That's where price topped out several times. But this 39.60 level, right about where we topped out yesterday, that was our old highs from back in May. So 39.60 and 36 would be the 2 points that many traders likely will have their eyes on here. If we do breach that 36 level once again, we've got a confluence of our yellow 21-day EMA, our purple 252-day EMA, right around the 35 level here.
Rick, it's really interesting just to see even the volatility, even intraday that this name has already
yeah, I mean,
had.
next week it should keep rallying.
$40 a share, not just around 38, and 36 doesn't seem like
this
a far
is great
cry
consolidation,
beneath
very
currently
bullish
trading.
consolidation.
So appreciate all of your technical insights as always, Rick Ducat, our chart master. Have
fibs,
a wonderful weekend. And now, Alex, when looking at this trade, to keep things balanced, obviously this is our other earnings mover. Walk us through an example trade
that's the level right there. Is that 61.8?
Yeah, and if you kind of look at this one, compare and contrast from the message sent from American Airlines, you could see why traders or investors are a little bit less optimistic today about Delta relative to American, just relative to the two pieces of information that were released. And so, say you're a belief, you have the belief that Delta,
the 61.8 to the upside is I think 13 or 161.8.
Its stock price lower in more of a bearish
give us
trade over the next few weeks or even months.
Which is this prior resistance up here.
But Rick had highlighted some of the supply zones that are below and could act as support around 36 and 35. So although there could be downwards move, maybe it doesn't go very far.
Right here at this old support, past those wicks, but kind of up here where the bodies are.
Here, looking at a 35 put calendar, February over March here in the sense
13.4 next week potentially.
This is less than a 10% move in the better part of 2 months, and so not a huge move for this name that can make that kind of a move in what seems like an hour.
I wish it had the numbers. People got rid of it.
Or different headlines that break regarding the various things that impact airlines, and so it is bearish because the best case scenario is a price tag that is lower than we're currently at, but it's not overly bearish. It doesn't need a huge move to get to that peak.
You like that, Tinker? You like that? Huh? You like that, TA?
Strike, but most importantly,
what kind of TA you're looking for?
Customizable to whatever opinion a trader or investor may have in a name like Delta Airlines, but really any optionable name where this strategy comes into play. A more bullish version of this would likely consist of calls as investors and
I think Nighthawk has a 13-something price target too.
Money options, if given the choice, reduce some of the uncertainty of assignment and exercise risk, but also liquidity tends to be higher on some of those out of the money options if given the choice. But 40 cents for the debit means $40 in risk, so somewhat controlled in its max loss potential. But we talked about that before, Jenny. If it's a lower, total risk, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's, got any different type of, the total risk may be lower in terms of a number, but the likelihood that you realize that total risk may be higher. So there's always trade-offs. This one is more speculative in the sense that you're more right. The more right you are, the more it tends to be profitable, and the more far away from 35 that we would be, the more likely that it's going to be not profitable is. Where some of the other situations, selling credit spreads or buying debit spread, it's pretty straightforward, black and white, whether or not they'll be profitable or not.
Right, this trade benefiting from that accuracy, but both of our example trades today, we don't need necessarily monster moves higher or lower. I just want to point that out. But also important to keep in mind for both trades today, they do contain multiple legs that can lead to higher transaction fees. Short options can be assigned at any time, and carrying option positions into expiration can add risk like unanticipated exercise or assignment. Now, coming up next, I can't think of a better FOMO name to end the week here, Alex, other than Tesla.
BBBY.
Tesla cutting its prices on its Model 3 and Model Y vehicles. Shares are down 2.5% in
Yeah,
reaction to
that's
news.
perfect 61.8. Dang, the market bounced right there too. It's kind of ugly. Oh shoot, I don't like use charting on E-Trade, so I suck at it. But yeah, same sort of. Can you see that? Yeah, sort of. There, a little better. Same sort of deal from the bottom to the top. And now today it's bouncing on that 61.8. If you have a bounce there, next move up is that 161.8. So 161.8 is 8.7. Okay, I guess mine it was the next level up past 161.8. So that'd be an A, B, C, and D. But it could keep going past that, of course. I was going to the next level. That's 8.8. Does that look like on here? Yeah, we were at like 13. Yeah, we're at that next level, 13 and a half. So 8.6, 8.8, somewhere right around here. Which, yeah, that could be the next level up. Support here and here. Act as resistance back here. Support back here. Resistance right here. 8.8 we go. Be nice for my 8 strike short puts. Get them fully out of the money. So that wasn't the market downturn I was hoping for yet. I don't think it's over though.
Green and Kevin,
Guys
we
are
were
still
just
talking.
talking a little bit about AMC very briefly in the first segment. We're not venturing too far from that area of the market. We're talking Virgin Galactic suddenly making headlines again. What's the latest?
Spies moving
they're
up.
a little bit different situation than AMC here, but when we are looking at Virgin Galactic, they had several different announcements that are really sparking up some interest when it comes to the stock. First, the company has made several organizational changes and updated their leadership structure in order to support commercial spaceflight operations. So their president of aerospace systems will be leaving the position effective immediately and will serve as an advisor
Next week comes
until
a rug.
March 3rd of this year.
I think next week will be Bloodbath. A bloodbath for the shorts. Thank you. I thought you were all fired up. Fired up on my fib levels. I don't see a rug coming next week. Unless if we get it starting today. If we get it started today, then I can maybe believe that. You know, if we close down here at like $2.50 today, then yeah, I could see that. If we hold this $3.50 level, I'll be pretty bullish for next week for sure. And so far, it looks like we're definitely gonna hold a 3.5. Rest of the market, yeah, I know that is kind of the unfortunate thing because then we're swimming upstream on these, unless we get the actual inverse of, you know, hedge funds being liquidated or short positions being forced closed. Type of inverse. That'd be neat. I don't think there's any sort of, I mean, the percentage gain maybe on BBBY is bigger right now for the next couple weeks, potentially. But overall, long term, I think GME has much higher potential for highs. Market's kind of relentless. Kind of like that.
About it in a long time, so I guess some headlines potentially bringing this one back into the forefront.
It's definitely in its infancy stages. We have to definitely call that out here. It's a niche type of market. You're talking about going into space. And I mean, the tickets alone are around $200,000 just to take this flight. So obviously there's only a small amount of individuals that might be able to afford it at this point in time, but it is something that's futuristic and something that could be of a benefit to society in the future. Not for me. I'm not trying to go to space. I'm trying to stay right here. But there is a segment of the population that would like to experience space flight, and so this
looks like it's about to
a
break
stock
out
down the road that could
upside,
benefit from that type of fad. And then also, you never know, Alex, at the end of the day, if their technology improves and they're able to scale, maybe the price comes down, and maybe this is a new way for us to travel around the world, if you will. So maybe a lot faster than just taking a flight that could take 10 hours or 12 hours. So the opportunities could be endless, but it's at its infancy stages. And as you said, you're going to see a lot of volatility as a startup
early in the day
start off at this point in time. And the
it's good today. That's what's sketchy
minimal,
about today.
depending on what your risk tolerance is.
Short is that
yeah, you know,
that it could just end up
I don't
being a
have that kind of
still
money laying
flying
around
130.
to do this anyways, and I'm a risk taker, but I'm not that big of a risk taker. They got to prove this concept a lot before I'd ever consider this type of travel. But there is a market out there. We'll see where things go. KG, have a great weekend. We'll catch up next week. Always a pleasure. All right, let's bring back in Jenny. Let's talk some Tesla, another company that is not for the faint of heart here. There's been some risk involved in this company in terms of price performance over the last few months, and today no different.
Right, today no different. In today's news, I think you could really read two different ways. Obviously, the market is not reading this very positively. Shares are down over 2%, but considering some of the monster moves lower Tesla has made over the last several months, I'd say 2% doesn't really feel like much. But they are reducing their prices for some of their vehicles sold in the U.S. as well as Europe by nearly 20%, which may actually allow some buyers to qualify for that $7,500 U.S. government tax credit. Now, the price of Tesla's baseline
10,
Model
maybe
Y
next week.
cut by
We just looked at levels for what, 8.5 or something, and then 13.
High-performance version of its Model 3 was
13 something would be the next fib level.
In Europe, it is cutting both of these vehicles' prices in Austria, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Norway, Switzerland, and the UK. But following the news, we saw several analysts update their coverage on the shares.
Anti-GMEers.
I would say not necessarily
this
all
is like
negative,
the closest direct competition of like the GME's e-commerce
did
brand.
Downgrade shares to sell, which is unusual, really, with a price target of $89 a share.
Yeah.
On the other hand, Citigroup
if you buy
did
shares
trim its
of
price
Neg,
target to $140, which is obviously well above $89 a share and still above where we're currently trading. Also keeping its neutral rating. Citigroup said the stock setup is improving slightly.
It's like SPY's rejecting that.
Do continue to come down, and now with the latest U.S. auto demand data points, we are seeing some more encouragement. But he did acknowledge a fair amount of debate and low visibility on the company's 2023 gross margin bridge, where he believes an injection of visibility alone could actually aid some of this sentiment. Evercore ISI, to keep things brief here, basically said a very similar thought, also highlighting the concern for their gross margins, that there could be a significant impact to those margins, especially with additional price cuts in Europe for Tesla. But really, this tax benefit, I think, is where I'd argue this is a positive, if perhaps we could see some buyers interested in this name. But I also want to point out that about a year ago, they hiked prices by 22%. So at this point, we're almost just breaking even from where we were a year ago. So I almost see this as, obviously this is news, but I think the headlines are making it perhaps seem like a bigger deal than it may be. Maybe we could see more Tesla buyers, but then on the other hand, you could see some people that are pretty mad that bought cars for delivery by the end of the year that now are seeing those prices lower. It's like when you go to a store, something you just bought is now on sale that you paid full price for.
Yeah, well, I don't think they're necessarily marketing themselves to kind of a low wage scale type of consumer. So, you know, you made the decision to buy a pretty expensive product. I don't feel bad for you because it's a little bit cheaper a couple months later. But maybe I'm in the minority. minority in
bleeding.
that. But what I will say regarding Tesla in particular, this
Yeah,
is
we're live.
the big
BBBY
day.
is looking
Delta
dope.
Earnings,
Holding that
earnings are
support
kicking off, and
at
over
the
half of my show
61.8
notes are covering
bib
Tesla,
level.
on just
It's like
another
right
day
at it.
in business.
Next move
here
up past
for
that's
Tesla.
8.4-ish
The long-term optimism for this company is
area,
not to be
and then
priced like a car
13 and a
company.
half.
So I get that this is negative news. I get the reassessment of the prices.
Textbook,
We've already talked about
classic.
it. At one point, this was worth, and it might still be, it was worth more than every other car company combined. Okay, you can't make that work logically. So it's priced for something else. If you're optimistic about Tesla in the future, it's that it's revolutionary and it's going to change the world. It doesn't need to do that today. It just needs to continue to stay in the news, control its messaging, and try to counteract days like this. And this is not a positive day for the company, but analysts that are on here
could be an
suddenly
outcome.
pricing it like a car company. It's like
I agree with
it's not
the
priced
rug.
like a car company, or it is, and it's got a long ways maybe to go to the downside.
Again, unless if today
they
somehow dump it back down
have. But Jenny,
a long ways. I don't think next week will be
we can just make the show Tesla because it literally has news every single
and yeah, I don't think this is retail either. I mean, retail's adding to it now for sure.
Tesla.
But
since I've covered Tesla all week long, I have an ongoing Tesla document. It's like 8 pages long at this
big
point
money,
with all
big
the
parties
news we've gotten today. But Alex, I will say that you're saying that you don't feel bad for these people that got in or bought at the wrong time. There was actually
this is so bullish how it's holding up. Like
so mad that they were
even profit taking can't outweigh
before December 31st,
the longs that have to open or shorts have to close.
I mean, I get your point too, but
even just
this
today
is something that was a concern in China, so that's an interesting point. But trading this name, I think that you could argue both sides.
Yeah, did you get out of apron? I saw that thing drop.
You can see FOMO to the downside. The bears and the bulls are so polarizing.
Still up 10%.
On
Come
this
on.
name.
Yeah, no doubt. Well,
one
reason that I will really say is a kind of a final thought here that I don't feel bad for a consumer of an automobile being upset because the price change. I mean, you buy these type of vehicles, be it Tesla or anything, expecting that whenever it's time to offload that vehicle, it's going to be worth less. It's not an investment. And so at that point, it's just an expense. Yeah, maybe you got the bad end of timing, but that's just kind of a fact of life, happens sometimes. But
SPY trying to break out here.
We've looked at this a lot already this year, probably two or three times already in what's been just 2 weeks of trading in 2023. I wanted to look at the bearish side because one, it's catching the news on the bearish side. It's been under pressure lately.
I don't like how this day is turning out for that.
We've looked at the bullish side a couple times as well.
Natural gas flushed through that support.
And, also acknowledge that there is a bear case for Tesla. And there's been a bear case for a long time in this company, and lately that's been the side that's been the proper side. So let's take a look at what I was looking at here. It's actually quite similar to what we were looking at in Delta.
You're usually
Airlines,
like closing the first 5 minutes,
buying
guy.
a put calendar. The reason that I looked at this style strategy for illustration purposes is one, it allows us to control the risk. It targets a level to the downside that maybe buying comes in if it continues to slide around that round number of 100. It doesn't always work that way, but sometimes that intrigue of a round number can
Look at this move so far, bottom to top. It's going to be a big daily candle.
More importantly, on this one, I think, Jenny, is that this stock has been beaten up quite a lot. And so for there to be continued downside in Tesla, you're kind of asking, for the sentiment to continue for a quite long time in this one, as the overall market sentiment seems to be at least stabilizing. So you're going to need this continued underperformance from a company that has, quite frankly, been one of the worst performers over the last few months. And so as someone who tends to be a little bit more contrarian by nature, it becomes increasingly difficult to want to be bearish something that's been really, really sold off. But there's still a case to be made, and that case is widely reported.
And I think makes sense
in many ways. And so this is a strategy, still speculative, still directional, still targeting a price to the downside, but seeking to do so in a way that controls that risk. And in the event that the stock does stabilize or move higher from here,
VWAP's so nice and high.
Down there, hopefully it would be a number or a risk, controlled risk to a point where an investor or trader looking at something like this would be comfortable knowing that that's an outcome that's possible. Tesla, quite frankly, could be 150 tomorrow, or it could be 50 tomorrow. Like, that is the kind of volatility in this name. And so the argument against this style strategy is that we've talked about projecting a point
more
precisely and more accurately is where this one does best. And that can be tough in a name like Tesla. But if you do have a feeling one way or another, anywhere
market's
Tesla will end
squeezing.
up, as long as there's a strike available, maybe that makes this one, this style
cut.
strategy.
My hourly bearish momentum ended up turning into a bull flag, and now it's breaking out of that bull flag. I wait. I just feel like SPY needs to see that 400 number before it comes down. It could flip here too, now that it broke out. Hate flipping. Share right company in India that might be bought. See, that's a catalyst, Don. I'd definitely buy that. What do you mean didn't sell them? You can still sell them. At 260. Family? Oh, you mean he bought it at a high or something? The volume down neg is pretty legit. 32 million. Patience, patience, patience. GME, BBY, not really feeling any of this move on the market. This breakout. SDC booming also. Oh yeah, SDC broke out. I was saying the day's early. It seemed later than it was. The market direction, you know, it hadn't decided back here. I was just feeling like it was later. So, but yeah, we're in a breakout now. It's still what, 2 hours or so, 2 or more hours. Got this line. That's that pre-market level. Now it's just a lot further to come back down to here. Oh, he bought it at 38 cents. I didn't see even hit 38 cents a share. He didn't sell it when it was squeezing up here. Did it ever hit 38 cents? No. Not. This is the all-time lows. $1 as far as my chart. Let's go back further than here. $6, $2. Someone had to take care of that company. Yeah, depending on how long you had it. I mean, it went a lot higher than 40. Went to 80. And it went to 103 here. 2014. How long you own this? IPO'd at 107. Why is this so stretched out now? Move over. Why do I need to see a huge... I mean, we could still get an end of day rally on BBBY or GME. That's still plenty of time. You just learn all sorts of stuff on the stream. It's gonna be a big candle. Market's still squeezing. Oh, this isn't always reversal. That can be kind of a continuation, little inside bar. Looks like this wants to make a new high. At least retest up here. It's like I keep trying to time this top. That's honestly been my problem this whole rally, last 6 days. Is this breakout? I saw it. We've been waiting for that for weeks. Happened, and then now we've made the move from it. It's crazy. For some reason I just keep trying to time the top way too much. Neg is not feeling it. I don't know, it probably depends on the terms. Smile Direct, big move up. Had been consolidating nicely. XMB, but that's kind of, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Got the momentum. Kind of at that resistance. This isn't one that's really moved with those though. I feel like it's not the medical sector. But yeah, maybe it would. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know if it's just all heavily shorted ones. Got all these biotechs. Yep. Whoop. Nice. And melting up more. Okay. SDC still going. First red candle on the 5-minute in like 30 minutes. Ag again? Maybe. Off of VWAP? What's best price for Bobby? Like a buy-in price? I mean, this thing doesn't want to come down. If I was going for shares, options, I'd probably wait till next week. You just run the risk of news over the weekend, but you can always buy shares pre-market. But yeah, I mean, it's holding up nicely here. This level, this is that fib level too. That's 61.8. So I would wait till maybe pick up some here right now, and just scale in the rest of the day even, because it could still flush through it by end of day. Got 2 hours left, but it doesn't seem like it's going to break the support, and if it does, I don't think it's going to go too far down anymore. So yeah. Holding shares over the weekend? I mean, there's no way anyone can answer that for you. Only you can. That depends on so many different factors. What'd you have for breakfast? What's the weather out like right now? Kissed your wife this morning? You know. But I do think it still has more room to go. SDC's going more. Yep. Dang, dude. Yeah, I mean, if BBBY isn't going bankrupt, this price is still a great value, to me at least. I'm not as bullish on the company fundamentally, but to give you more confidence to buy in now or to hold now, if it's going bankrupt, then yeah, it's a terrible investment. But if you think this is the low from back here, this is still levels from the 90s, so basically buying into a company had the same valuation as the 90s. So it's priced in for bankruptcy, and it definitely was when it was at $1, but even down here at $4, $3. Spy building a bull flag. Send it to 0? Yeah, buy some shares. Do it. Pick one. How are you allowed to share? Oh, because you're a moderator? iShortInterest.com. Is this a real site? Oh my gosh. Like a real designer designed this site. Real graphic designer. SDC 56%. I mean, this SDC's gotten wild before also. All these, man. Apron, I mean, Carvana. That's where you got Pax Medica. What? Carvana and BBY are at the top there? Dude, Grom? Come on. Give me Grom. Social enterprises. This sounds like sounds like a Prestige Worldwide. Prestige Worldwide. They had a reverse merger and everything. Super legit. They've got everything they need for a squeeze. They've got the name, they've got a reverse merger, even a little island forming here. I've never traded this one. Beyond, that's one, that's right. Beyond. Ooh, yeah. So many charts look just like this. Just like this. This thing, I might have to get a spot on this ride, this Beyond Meat ride. What is this? A white? This is like a megaphone pattern. It's not broken out of it yet, but all the hypey stocks going. Beyond might be the. So options used to be liquid. Look at the IV, it's low. I have to get some options on Beyond Meat. Yeah, maybe. I don't think I traded it. I maybe remember it showing up on my watch list. Upstart. EV goes on there. Brahm's got such a tiny float. That thing could go wild. I might get some Beyond exposure. Look at this friggin' SPY, man. Well, if I want to cut losses, this would probably be the time. I don't want to. Realize losses. This is so bullish looking on the market. Yeah, I've never had the Beyond stuff. Yeah, I'm kind of deciding, I guess, just to hold. It's tough. Maybe I should though, because I wouldn't open a short here. Yeah, I'm gonna close it. Right? If I wouldn't open a short it. So it's 2 o'clock. Another Friday green. And where it closes a high a day. Alright, I realized the loss there. Dang it, man. Now let's go long. Never trade the float twice. Bullish. SDC. Oh, shift search is still down? Remember you were talking about that being down a while ago. Should've just stuck with my nat gas short. That would have made me money. Makes more sense to make money in the market. There's over 95%. Wow. If it breaks down here, I might actually get back into a short. We'll see. I don't want to get totally shaken out because there might be still a good setup today that I should take. I mean, going long here, but it's kind of late. Definitely a chase. Oh man. Natural gas flushing through. Slap me in the face. Got beyond up here. I want a position, but might as well save it. Oh, BBBY broke that support. It's way to that next level. This thing's coming down. 3.7 is my next level on it. Neg 72%. SDC 70%. Ooh. Can Beyond really not play along with all this? Like, that actually gonna happen? Look at this thing. Gonna get halted. It's not like had a big run though. Beyond's been pretty mellow. Dang it, man. I literally might have closed that right at the top. We've had these Fridays that are so green so often lately. And then a green Monday. That's just crappy. We have a short. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Monday. I mean, yeah. Yep, close on Monday, that's right. Long weekend could easily declare bankruptcy. Oh, what the heck? Is that like a long weekend thing to do? Let's declare bankruptcy. Nice long weekend. It's a long weekend, we should. Alright, I'll go to BBBY, guys. No, it's not getting clapped. 25%. Broke the daily support of today. Next level down here is 3.7. And then 3.5 gap fill if it's going to do that. It's gone up 350% in 5 days. This is still very, very high. Need to have consolidation. Just how it works. Fired a drunk worker. That is true. Why is inflow surplus 3 million and sure to turn up? I don't know. How's it back to 2 next week if it closes above 350? All those options in the money. Back in the short. I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, you're getting a nice sell-off here. GME feeling the same? No, it's not affecting GME. Not as much. GME looks like it's breaking VWAP a little bit. To 25. Whatever. Guys just been waiting to spread that FUD. Been waiting for a couple red candles. This is more what I was expecting on a Friday. Like some real profit taking. Natural gas. I had such a good short entry too. It was like perfect on that thing. My short entry on here was bogus. See if it bounced on that 37.10 level. SPY is ripping back up. How you taking profit pauses this though, right? Is that engulfing now too? No, not quite. You're talking like people that can manipulate the market. I mean, people that are just selling off their calls, closing their shares. Not everybody's a huge whale that swings the market. Pulled the RSI up nicely on the hourly. Don't like the MACD crossed on the hourly, but we'll see if it holds up at supports. Might not matter, just like back here where it crossed and then it rallied. Egg looks nice. SDC pretty hot still. BY Carvana. Depends on your outlook and your plan, how long you want to hold, your time frame, risk tolerances. I don't know. I mean, BBY definitely has a setup to make a bigger move just with the options chain. But I do think Carvana probably still keep going too. On that dip, should have gone long. See what happens here. That is a bit of a reversal candle. Close to that support I drew. SPY is freaking squeezing again. We don't really know what's more short or not. The data that we get is self-reported, heavily skewed, can be manipulated. So, no idea which ones have more shorted. Next price, yeah. I mean, those next prices up. I'm still thinking it could hit. So it's 6.8. Next fib level. It's like this 8.6. After that's 13.3. Without news, might not get into the double digits. It's less likely, I would think. It depends on how well it holds up today. If it like really capitulates today, then next week will not be as bullish. So far, it's still, to me, it's still within plenty of margin for error. My pain tolerance threshold. Like I said, filling this gap I think would still be fine. Be nice to see a bounce end of day, but don't have to. Did Neg do it? Barely. So better than both those, I think that has more opportunity potentially is GME at this point. Probably less speculative of an upside move than Carvana or BBBY in the next couple weeks, month. And fundamentally, I'm much more confident with GME than Carvana or BBBY. So there's always that behind it, which helps. Yeah, new high on Neg. Sweatingly. Iron Net also broke out there. Nice. Nice play, Don. Way to be patient. It is on the breakout, though. I'm surprised you wouldn't wait till it consolidated at least, or started to. No, that might be a false break. That's a smart play. That might be short-lived. You take an activist position? Not necessarily. Or acquisition. Or them just not going bankrupt. I mean, it's at this price, it's still good value if they don't go bankrupt and can slowly turn around. it would be nice for them fundamentally if there was a bit of a gamma squeeze and they could offer shares to help pay down debt. But the price is still very low. I mean, I really don't understand why they didn't offer shares up here. So that was one of the reasons I stayed in it and I was bullish on it. That was it. Yeah. Yeah, it didn't. And looking back, like, it didn't make any sense why they didn't do it. They needed it. I didn't know about the fundamentals as much back here, how much debt they had. Like, why in the world didn't they offer shares up there? Their timing on the market was just, I think, horrendous, because I think they were buying back shares back here, which, yeah, maybe seemed fine. But then when they had this huge squeeze, why wouldn't they offer them up there? They've done it, not announced it? No, they would have announced it. One rank go and you can change it. I don't know why people talk about Icon taking a position. He would just do it. People are talking about it because it's not news yet. We don't know if he has or if he's going to. And next still going. And if he does, you wouldn't necessarily know right away. I think I'd drive it higher. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I suppose. That was a crazy move. And then once they saw the prospectus or whatever from Brian Cohen saying he has intent to sell, why not offer then? I mean, I don't, it doesn't seem like they have their very good hand on the market. You know what I mean? I feel like some companies, the way they run, they're kind of detached from their stock price and they're more just focused on the company, more or less. And so when they need money, they just go offer shares, not looking at any, not looking as much at macroeconomics or the market in general or share, like, you know, I don't know. I don't know a whole lot about any of that, honestly, but that's just what it seems like to me with BBY. They don't really know. They don't have a good handle on it. Not like RC, at least. You know, he offered shares in GME at highs. He bought in shares literally at the very lows. So neg is going, baby. The human version of Chewy. That was the CFO, I believe. And we don't know if anybody jumped off a skyscraper. He went from the top of a skyscraper to the concrete without a airbag or any sort of device to keep him from dying when he hit the ground. Yeah, there was bad news. I mean, that was way after it dumped down. Seems like they could have offered shares at a high if they needed to. I remember even when it was squeezing, like, we were just waiting for the share offering. RC pushed. But the share offering never came. So it's like, wow, they must be doing great. I don't know, maybe there's some agreement, some that I don't know about where they weren't able to, or some lockup, I'm not sure. RC pushed him. Oh, dude. Natural gas. The short I should have held. I feel like I've not improved since I've been streaming. Maybe gone the other way. All right, that was a good close, looks like, Don. Well played. Good risk management, sir. On your neg play. Look at that little bounce on BBBY. Ace Ventura. Did you play this one today, Moon? or just long ago. Market doesn't want to come down here. So just change to, oh, the warrants. You got warrants instead. Look at that candle. What is going on? Yeah, it's been going for a bear rally. Bear rally should be about over. I mean, if it breaks out of that resistance, we might have an extended rally on our hands. You know what I mean? Because we're right at it. You know, kind of well, it actually broke out there. It was just false. We're like right there, so I don't know. Do people have more puts on calls? I've got my puts on call. Puts or calls? Depends on what your what asset you're talking about. Yeah, market's gonna squeeze more here maybe. Yeah, with that dollar dropping, I don't know. Maybe that's a big push on this. Then the banks, I mean the banks are ripping, I think. Bad earnings and they're all just ripping. Yeah, big moves. These are big moves on these. There's some Bobby options openers. It depends on how we close today. If on next week, I think if we hold this 3.5. Dang, look at that market. Yeah, market might squeeze next week. Honestly, I just might be too early on my shorts. If it holds up enough to have a kind of the gamma ramp and the gamma exposure for next week, I think it could definitely keep going. If today, you know, flushes hard, then I'm not as bullish on next week. But so far, it's still looking fine to me. Confirmation of a move next week too would be a bullish move into close, which would be nice. Neg 90%. I feel like I'm back in 2021 trying to short the market and it just keeps rallying. 2020 was that? Yeah, 2021. Jeez. Just it's stupid because I saw it here. The break, everything I saw was bullish. I liked it, and then I just let the staring at the shorter term time frames and just being on it so much shake me into not thinking right. We even had an engulfing daily candle this day. I guess it was CPI. There's all these other factors that kind of make me ignore TA, which is maybe dumb. I think we dump on CPI. Ivy. No, it's just a squeezy hype play, high short interest probably. It's moved when GME has moved and when these other higher short interest plays have moved. Okay, I'm gonna just close that and take another little loss and stop trading. Yeah, we've Newegg, I mean all these, Smile Direct, IronNet, Blue Apron. I just chalk it up to kind of high short interest and shorts are closing. And there's just a massive rally across all of them. Waiting for Jerome to get in his place. He might, yeah, especially if the market's high and rallying, he's gonna be hawkish. Services X housing is going up in prices. Yeah, could go long here. It's breaking out. Just I don't feel like there's much more to go, but maybe 400 today. Still an hour and a half. It's definitely possible. Yeah, Ivy's very high on BBBY. Yeah, it's been getting crushed pretty good today, I would say, already so far. Nice, Don. Well done. Should play it to 400. BBY coming down here. Ivy on Newegg. Might go long down here. New low almost on BBBY. GME is breaking VWAP. That could be a reversal candle. Or continuation. All right, GME settling down too, down 1.5%. Yes, something BBBY. Anyway, consolidating up there. It's pretty impressive. Something BBBY. Something. Went long on a nat gas. Look for a bounce back to VWAP. I don't want to take the short here, but let's see. Not choppy, it's just consolidating. So it's not necessarily a reversal, but these wicks make it seem like it might want to. New low on BBY, see if that 37 holds. I see, Don. Maybe. I mean, this 26%, not too shake worthy yet. Doesn't seem like, but yeah. De-risking, de-leveraging, all that stuff. He's saying he lost all his money. Is he really? Did you put in the translator? Is that Korean? Does that not make you super bullish on it for next week? Korean, yeah, it looked like Korean. I don't think it's done. I'm holding for next week. We're kind of expecting a sell-off on Friday. That's like pretty common with a rally during a week. Builds up a gamma ramp. They sell off as much as they can. People are taking profits. They add to that pressure to the downside to try and have it close as low as they can to reduce their exposure for the next week. Gamma ramps are just that. They're ramps. They take time. They're not gamma rockets. That's funny. You translated it. Nice. I lost all my money on BBY. How did you do that? How's that even possible? It's up 320% right now on the week. Did you short it at the bottom? Market is popping right there. Maybe not really feeling too much of that downside. Crowd? Calling out crowd? Crowd is one that could be a hypey runner too. What's nice is it didn't open up here, so we're not going to get any engulfing at least if we do close down this far. I'm still looking for that gap fill to see if that happens. 3.5. It is kind of interesting to see this happen late day for how well it held up. Or maybe that's normal, I don't know. That seems kind of out of place a little bit. Who says it's too much? Bought it open? I mean, can't lose all your money buying it open. It's only down 28. Open was right here. Here. Well, we had our breakout. We saw it coming. It was consolidating and broke to down. Why does your news? That was the first time I've heard him talk about AMC. That CNBC. I mean, the options chain makes me bullish. This short position, it's clearly a problem because it doesn't go up 350% for no reason. 380%. Yeah, today is a down day, but it's just a pullback, which happens. It doesn't just go green all the time. So I don't know. If you don't have the risk tolerance to hold, then close. You don't want to hold something that affects your sleep at night. So you average down on crowd. Boomer folio. Run after hours. I don't know. Maybe there's apparently bankruptcies happen on weekends, so maybe it'll run down on bankruptcy news after hours, or maybe there'll be bullish news this weekend. Same curve. No, they wouldn't exercise and then sell them. When you're long a call and then you close it, that relieves pressure on a market maker, so you're going to see red. You holding that call, especially in the money, you're holding leverage on the market maker, and if you get rid of that leverage, then they sell those shares back. It's a massive joke. Yeah, I'm holding too. I mean, I did take some profits yesterday, though. I definitely took a lot of risk off yesterday. With how today was holding up, I thought I shouldn't have taken so much off, but now this is more kind of par for the course. I don't understand the crazy apes. Welcome to the stock market. Bad news is good news and good news is bad news. It's been that way for over a year now. All right, broke that support. Was at that 3.7. Now we can start filling this gap at 3.5. That's true. It is on SSR now. 23K at 13.5. All of yesterday's gains? No, not yet. Oh, yeah. Yep, just about. Yeah. Yeah, we just bounced off support from yesterday's lows. Now we just have that gap. Then we'll see. We'll see if next support would be right here. $3.47. Monday's a holiday, so it'll be Tuesday. But Tuesday might be pretty mellow. Might not have action till Wednesday. When good news moves stocks up, you're aging yourself, Don. Hard time in retail hold. I don't know. I mean, I did start seeing the Wall Street Bets game porn posts, and as hyped as I was, I also was like, oh, that kind of sucks. Sometimes that could definitely be a top, but maybe it's temporary top. Maybe it's not signifying anything at all. There wasn't much, just some, just enough to maybe get people in it. And if they see a dip like this today, might be into it. I mean, we saw this on Party City. I said we'd probably copy Party City, given this one hasn't done very well since then. But this one still could keep going. Parties was a lot worse. BBY had a bigger run up, and this is a much smaller run down. Party had a smaller run up and a much bigger run down. And then, yeah, had a big run down, then had a gap up, and then a rally the next day. And now today it's kind of coming back down. So just kind of consolidating. So we might be following Party more now. But I mean, it's done a lot bigger move. It's a lot more bullish. There's that line I drew. Definitely bouncing on it. I'm not sure if that'll hold or not. First on actual news. What's the deal with it? Aren't they actually going bankrupt or no? I don't know. I just heard like bankruptcy rumors or news or. But the BBBY bankruptcy wasn't news. It was still kind of speculation. Like SPY's moving up. Neg 91%. IronNet. We had news that they may file. Oh, there's buyout news too. 92 on Neg. And my account slipped back under 24 or 25. Oh, my covered calls I filled those though. So made 380 bucks on those covered calls. Dailies. Just 24 of them. So the long term with the short puts, thankfully a lot of the exposure was reduced yesterday. Still have a pretty good amount that I will hold and roll if I have to. But yeah, let's see with the 8 puts. So these are down 15% today. 1,200 on these today. I think I'll open some short puts on GME if we get more of a flush into close. What's up, Jason? Yeah, GME needs a little cool off too, and then a ignition for some velocity. Hey, humble gold. No, I'm still in BBY. I mean, I reduced exposure yesterday. If you're on stream, I think I did it before this. I don't know. No, I did it into this. I did some here and then I did some up here. But I still have a large position, and I don't think it's over. I think today is profit taking, consolidation, cooling off. Next week I'm still bullish on. Maybe might take another, might be stretched out a little longer depending on how low we close today for the momentum to switch back around, and depending on how much they have to market makers obligation have from the options chain. Nag just hit 100%. Called this out where was it? Here I don't know. It was running. It was already up like 30%, I think, when we called it out. Same with SDC. I'm not quite sure. Talked about a lot of different stuff. Talking about GME. What I'm thinking based on the last 6 days is we're in a longer sustained rally. I'm gonna go over this in the video today, but I think we're more in something like this. I think this is like our last 6 days. So a rally up into OPEX, and then after OPEX and into the maybe peaking maybe at the beginning of next month. I think we're more so there than we are in like something like this or even like this, because these were all runs after OPEX. The only time we run into OPEX, they've been longer sustained rallies, as well as just the price action. So this one's a little different because of earnings, but if we didn't have this earnings dip, I think this would have just melted up and then ripped. These times, let's see, after OPEX, it was always kind of this double bottom retest move. Except for here, when we ran into it, didn't really do that double bottom. You could say this was, but this was so much earlier. I don't know. Just reminds me of this sort of time frame. So unfortunate for me, because I was kind of hoping for a dip to go more long, but I think I'll probably just have to pull the trigger at some point, because it seems like we might start consolidating a little bit next week before a rally, or just could start going. But yeah, I don't know if that was what we were talking about. Box D, no way. 12%. Yeah. Could have held on to this one. It's okay. It's okay. What's up doing? Yeah. Good thing I got out of up. That one died off. But it might not. I think it still could keep going even. Neg, 102%. BBBY bouncing off that line that we had drawn, that 37.10. You talking about when you talking about cycle, what you came up with? I thought that was debunked or whatever after GME didn't make that low that day, or something since then. RSI is growing. Yeah, don't be expecting a run on BBBY today. Yeah, this is gonna be what we get. Maybe a move back to VWAP or back to 420 here. But yeah, you just have to be content with a consolidation day. $37.10 wasn't a fib level. That was just a level from over here. That was a support over here. That's where I got the 37.10. It might be a fib level too, honestly. Don't have any look. I think there's still life. Yeah, I still have a big position in it. I didn't close anything today. I did reduce some exposure yesterday, but I'm not adding today just because I already have more than not more than I want. I already have as much as I want, basically. I've been stuck in this place since August, so it's been half a year I've been waiting for this. So if you just got in the last couple days, then your pain tolerance might be different. Man, up to that 32.10. Let's see what it does there. I don't know. After hours? I'll hold my breath. I'll close your windows. That was on the second set time frame, the first set, additional 30 days. Oh, I'll have to go back and look at what you charted. So, kind of what I was showing there, how we ran in that run that we had in May, was long and sustained. I love the pain. Give me the pain. Give me more pain. BBBY push. I close up above, if you think where we were this week, what market makers we're dealing with. Right? So that was Friday. It's like, oh, no big deal, 127, this thing's going bankrupt. Monday comes around, they're like, oh crap, this thing's at $1.70. So the options starting Monday. So the dollar, the half dollar, the dollar, and the 1.5 were all in the money by Monday. They had to start buying shares then. And now we have everything. We have the $2, the 2.5, and the 3 are still in the money. Even the 3.5, which is a ton of pressure on the market maker. Unfortunately, these might all close out of the money. This was a significant amount, but and then next week's exposure, there's a ton of open interest still on these ones in the money. And if we do start to move up, there's 40,000 5 strikes. So yeah, zoom out a little bit and you can chill out and see what's going on here. Price tanks, it very well could, and that's pretty, it usually doesn't tank, but pretty common that they bring the price down before T+2, you know, normally on a Monday. Well, maybe more flat in consolidation than necessarily a tank. But yeah, that doesn't change much. Foxy 13%. Wow, it came out of nowhere. Egg 103. Smile Direct sold off. Internet. GME not getting that sell off at all. So all those 3.5s, 3s, 2.5s, 2s, 1s. Yeah, 1s. I guess those 1s were already in the money. Yeah. So 1.5. 1.5s are out of the money last week. Those are in the money. The 2s are in the money. 2.5s are in the money. The 3s are in the money. 3.5s are in the money. So there's some obligations on the market maker for next week. Eyes making another move up. Wants to break out, looks like. End of day Tuesday. Well, Monday's closed. So yeah, okay, sorry. End of day Tuesday, but is it? What has the strikes above? I mean, there's still obligations from this week, so it'll still have to get pushed up. Today is closing, so you have settlements on the options and on shares. It takes two days to settle. That's what the Wednesday brings. It has nothing to do with what happens on Tuesday for T+1. They still have to apply that pressure, that buying pressure. Another way to look at this, if you're looking at just technicals, is RSI is a good indicator of how much life a run has in it. If the RSI is pinned and is above 70, 80, 90, it can't sustain that. It's got to slow down and cool off. On the daily chart, the longer time frame, it takes longer for that RSI to get up that high. So it wasn't all that high, it got to 73. But on the shorter time frames, this thing was getting crazy. This is a 4-hour time frame. It was up at 80. On the hourly, it was over 70, which is considered overbought for days, the last 2 days. So it's just, and these are, you know, you can use these for exits or entries. Some people do. I like to combine it with other indicators, but yeah, when it's pinned like this and it's just extremely overbought, it won't sustain that. It's got to cool off. It's got to consolidate. So that's what we're getting here, which is really nice. The RSI is coming down, slowing down, and getting back to an equilibrium where you're going to find, where you can find buying support. Doesn't mean it has to. After consolidation, it could drop more. But at this point, it's just consolidation on a very, very strong uptrend. New high. SPY wants to hit 400. 400. Do it. I go long? Yeah, probably. No, dude, I'm at my quota, I think. Oh, jeez. I don't know. I don't remember that being a thing. The price tanked on Monday. I'm not sure, Brad. It hardly ever would rip on a Friday on GME, if you remember. Fridays were almost always a dump. Forming a bull flag? Yeah, on a longer time frame. Yeah, like a daily could be. Yeah, I mean that's consolidation at a higher level. So it's moved up. That's the pole. That's going to come down and test and make supports and find resistance, and it's just consolidation is all bull flag is at a higher level. It's at $3.70. It was at $1.20. It was at $1.50 on Monday. But I don't know. I could be wrong. I could lose money on it. Could announce bankruptcy this weekend and open up way lower for sure. And I would lose a lot more money. Remember to when OPEC came early on a Friday that afternoon. Oh, they just fulfilled obligations early. Yeah, I suppose they could. I mean, that's less to do with. That's more with like the swaps and the rollovers. Maybe that's less to do with the options, right? When we're talking about OPEX, you're specifically talking about just the options chain expiring. We've had runs around OPEX, you know, with some pressure from the options chain, but I think because of swaps being rolled over. So yeah, they can reduce their exposure, cover their shorts, or do whatever before that T+2 or before the swaps rollover. And so sometimes maybe we saw it early or a little out of time, but most of the time they would wait until the last day. Yeah, they probably will be able to keep it under. I'd say they'll keep it under that 4.5 strike by close, but I don't know about 4 or not. We'll see. I mean, it might not even be above 3.5 by close, but there's still definitely some. Yeah, we still haven't even filled that gap down here at 3.5 gap. Yeah, it looks like it's probably going to flush through that support. Next line on here is 34.60 for me. I'm probably not understanding it well because I don't know a whole lot. I'm just kind of going off of memory. The technicalities of that stuff, you know, not like that familiar with. Neg looks like it's had its run. Back to VWAP. See, Carvana's doing the same thing. I still think this thing could rally. I mean, I'm more bullish on BBBY, but you know, this is down 14% today. Why? Well, up like 100% the last couple of days. Revlon's making a late day move. Thing's freaking ugly. Okay, look for this. Wait for the 34.60 drop. $700,000 wall between 34.90 and 30.60. There you go. I'm still in it. I still have a big position. I've trimmed probably majority yesterday, but that's just because I was stuck in that position since this summer. It's been half a year. But I still have a lot of exposure for upside. I still think we could see 8 even, which is more than double now where we're at now. 6, this 6.8 would be my next level to the upside. If there is bullish news, I think we could still see double digits. The sell-off is more typical on a Friday. When we were holding up here, I was getting much more bullish even, because that seemed incredible. But yeah, now that we broke down below that, makes a little bit more sense. A little more typical, I guess, what we're used to seeing. Gaps been filled, only up. I still have a gap here at 355. The low on today is 36.50. We're getting close to that. SPY is squeezing. 400 seems like a long ways away, but it seems like it wants it. Oh, it just hit one of the levels I had from the other day. Just on the bodies, kind of rejected there. All right, I need to look and see. I'm gonna open up some short puts on GME. Not a great day. It's only down 1.5%, but oh, I don't know if I can. Right at that level still. $18.5. Let's see, 18.5 on GME puts. That's 23 delta. I like that. We finally hit a top on the day. Okay, so I have an order to short 8 GME next week, 18.5 puts. I'm receiving what, 300 or something credit. I don't know where it is on here. Like 350 credit. And it'll tie up my capital. Bought at 4.5. FOMO. For sure. Hard to control your emotions in the market. Yeah, Thinkorswim, yeah, it definitely looks nice. Wow, Newegg dropped almost 30%. That's crazy. That was a 30% drop. Well, I didn't have my tequila last night, so tonight's probably more suitable with a 28% drop. Even though I was kind of expecting this. I didn't have a percentage in mind. I just figured it. Consolidation day, a cool off day. Friday also adds the pressure to the downside. So next week honestly could be a week of consolidation. I'm hopeful for some moves, but after all the volatility the last 4 trading days, not crossing my fingers on big ups necessarily next week. But that said, there is still definitely obligations on the options. So, and consolidation would be fine. We don't want to see it dumping Wednesday, Thursday. That would be signifying to me that the run is over for now, for sure. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for your thumbs up, guys, and your subscriptions. And thanks for hitting the notification bell. Helps you know when I go live. And then I do video recaps every day. Show my positions and recap the day. Basically. We have a Discord, it's free, everything. Tons of information on here. I get all my up-to-date news and everything through here. And then get like a borrow fee on GME, economic calendar, all sorts of stuff. So join up there if you want. Yeah. Max Payne for next week. Let's see, I just use maximumpain.com. I don't know how to look for next week. 39. I usually just look for the week of. I'm not sure. Max Payne for this week is 18 on GME. So looks like it's gonna be above that. BBBY. Not working. Oh, there it is. Max Payne's 4. Wow. Is that just indication of how bullish that option chain is? Max Payne is so high. I mean, I guess today's high was 5.8, but still, that moved up so quickly. I think at the beginning of the week we were at $1.70, and yeah, we're at $1.70, and by the end of the week for the Max Payne to already be at $4. That seems like that's kind of indicating how bullish that gamma ramp is. Anything under 500 is maximum pain. Look at this. BBY 4. See the ramp down here. Whoop. Yeah, I'd rather keep it below 4. 4.5, 5. This is expiring today though, I think. But next week looks similar. We might get a little move up to 4. A close above 4 would be nice. We can finish anywhere. Shorts want it to close below 3.5. All right, it's 3:20. I need to do a video. Yeah, sub and hit the notification so you know when I do the video. Be like 45 minutes. My positions. So I have an order for short puts on GME. Yeah, I'll go over it all in the video. But yeah, I'm still holding BBBY. I've got, let's see, 2,400 shares in one of my accounts, and then another account I've got the obligation to buy 1,900 shares at $8. So that's what the catch could put. Oh yeah, I've got significant exposure. And yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for the new subs, appreciate it. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. Probably do a Twitter Spaces this weekend, so follow us on Twitter, and I'll definitely be on Discord. Any news comes out this weekend, I'll be chatting on Twitter and Discord, doing all that. Wall between 449 and 460. Market might squeeze up to 400, but I need to end it off here. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you. I'll do a premiere on the video so we can chat on there too, or on Discord. Have a good weekend. Have a good long weekend. I can still say Happy New Year. It's only January 13th. Happy New Year to you. Yeah. Peace out.